Zeth has dominated this rivalry with a massive 91-53 lead in their head-to-head history, but the tide seems to be shifting based on their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can keep this momentum going. Lancer is holding a tight 2-1 lead right now. He's really fighting back after that tough result yesterday. They're trading rounds blow for blow right now, neither one is giving an inch. Zeth is definitely playing like the favorite right now. Lancer just barely edges ahead in this 5-round thriller. Total deadlock now, we're completely tied at 3 apiece. The higher rated player is looking very comfortable right now. Zeth has a nice bit of momentum now, taking care of business in 2 straight rounds. He's definitely showing why he holds the higher rank. Pure chaos. We've got a 4-4 stalemate here. Lancer is really leaning into those recent wins together. Lancer takes a commanding 1-round lead. Lancer seems to be in a better groove today. These two are practically mirrored images of each other right now, just trading blows in the middle of the map. Zeth claims a slim advantage, pushing the tally to 6-5. We've got a dead heat at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly what the oddsmakers predicted for this pair. Lancer is proving he can keep up with Zeth on a map where he statistically holds a slight edge. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth claws back the lead, making it 7-6. His rank gives him a bit more confidence in these high-pressure exchanges. Lancer answers back, and we're tied up at 7 apiece. The momentum definitely feels different than their 13-6 clash yesterday. These two are staying perfectly in sync, essentially trading every single round for the last few minutes. Zeth has been incredibly consistent today, maintaining a 21-15 record over the last 24 hours, and honestly, it's starting to look like he's just a step ahead of the competition right now. Let's see if Lancer can find a way to disrupt that flow. He's just completely in control now, taking another one to keep this roll going. Zeth is just an absolute wall right now, putting himself in a prime position to close the series. Absolute perfection to close it out. Zeth secures the final victory. He really shrugged off that early pressure and just took over the map. Lancer had his chances, but he couldn't stop that slide. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Ignis and Zef facing off today on red line to see who comes out on top. Ignis has been the dominant force in this rivalry, winning 59% of their total encounters. And he looks to keep that momentum going after such a clean start. It'll be interesting to see if Zef can disrupt that pattern early on. Zef fights back and we are deadlocked at 1 apiece. Zef's been having a decent day with 22 wins across his sets. Ignis just claims a commanding lead, 2-1. Zef is bringing plenty of confidence after a 13-7 result earlier. Ignis is really starting to put the pressure on here. He's firmly in control as we hit the 4th round. He's really putting that higher historical edge into practice. Ignis pulls ahead again, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. Zef is playing with a lot of confidence after a solid day. Zef is really heating up right now, taking control of the server as the momentum shifts completely his way. Zef has a higher rating on the ladder and he's proving it right now. Absolute perfection on that shot and the momentum swing is officially complete. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that encounter to secure another victory. He's just purely outclassing his opponent in these exchanges. He's just completely owning these exchanges, continuing his stare through the server. This is a nightmare start for the favorite. He manages to find an opening here and finally holds that streak. He'll be looking to push this even closer as they head toward the break. Zef is just too quick for him, picking him right off the ramp to extend that lead. It's a tough stretch for the favorite. Zef takes a huge lead going into the break, leading 8-4. Well, the script has flipped completely. He's outplaying the favorite in almost every single duel today. Time for a reset. Zef just shuts him down again, picking him right off the ramp to keep the pressure high. He's proving to be the more consistent player today. Ignis has suffered through a rough day with a 12-24 record across his sets. It looks like that lack of momentum is really haunting him in this particular series. The pressure is mounting as Zef closes in on the victory. Zef is putting on an absolute clinic, putting an immense amount of pressure on his opponent right now. Zef is certainly justifying that higher seed today. What a nail-biter. He survives that chaotic exchange with almost nothing left to put himself on match point. Unbelievable. He secures the win with an effortless finish from the ramp. He really flipped the script on the historical data today, just completely controlling the pace from start to finish. Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Ignis are facing off on Maypass, and it looks like Ignis has a slight edge here. Ignis holds a significant historical advantage with a 57% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's clear he's usually the one in control here. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can maintain this early lead. We're all squared up now between Lancer and Ignis. Looking at the ladder, Ignis does have the higher rating of the two. Ignis claims the lead, putting Lancer on the back foot. Lancer is looking for a rebound after that tough loss to Zeth. The momentum has completely shifted as he continues to outclass his opponent. He is just refusing to let up, securing another walk-off victory. It looks like the favorite is making short work of this one. Unbelievable! He nearly went down, but managed to scrape by with a single point of health to keep the dream alive. Lancer is fighting for his life in this series. Ignis is really capitalizing on the faster timings, just shutting Lancer down as he pushed up the ramp. That was a total shutout, as Lancer shows some real grit to close the gap. He really just shut that door on the counter push. He's digging in deep, taking another one to keep this rally going. He's certainly not playing like the underdog at this moment. Absolute control now as he ties things up with a perfectly timed shot. Ignis is looking very shaky after that poor showing against Kale earlier. A flawless exchange there to give him the lead going into the final round of the half. He certainly knows how to respond under pressure. It's a 7-5 lead for Ignis heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how the match was projected to start. He's holding a slim advantage though. Lancer proved he could keep up for a while. Lancer's turn to take charge now. Whoa, he barely survived. A brutal slugfest that ended with him clinging to just 2 HP. The higher rated player is really putting on a clinic right now. Ignis has been a strong presence on this map throughout his career, maintaining a 52% win rate, so yeah, he clearly feels comfortable in these engagements. It's making this current lead look very sustainable. That was an absolute war of attrition, and the powerhouse of the match manages to survive it. Lancer's recent form has been more consistent overall today. Lancer finds his mark and claims another point. A solid response from the 31st rated player on the board. The pressure is really starting to mount for Lancer now, as Ignis is just a few steps away from closing this out. Ignis shuts him down quickly, moving just a single step away from victory. A clean performance that definitely lives up to his seeding. Lancer answers back with a sharp play, refusing to let this series end just yet. He's certainly showing the form that led him to a 13-10 finish against Pyro. What a finale. Ignis survives an absolute slugfest to secure the match victory. He looked completely in control throughout the map, utilizing those lightning fast reaction times to secure a very comfortable victory. Zeth holds a significant lifetime lead in their head-to-head history with 92 round wins over Lancer. He usually finds a way to close these out, but he's had a tough run on this specific map lately. It will be interesting to see if he can reclaim that dominance today. Zeth is pushing the pace with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is making his presence felt early. He's completely taking over now, moving to a 3-round streak. He's clearly feeling confident after that earlier victory in Italy. He's just untouchable right now, securing a perfect victory to reach 4 in a row. He's really making the most of his ranking advantage here. He is just completely in control now, securing 5 straight. A wild scramble there, but Zeth manages to come out on top to claim 6 straight. His recent matches show he's really on a roll today. A tight back and forth exchange, but Lancer manages to hold his ground and break that streak. Lancer has had plenty of success against him in the past. What a scramble! He barely edges that out to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's really trying to flip the script after those tougher matches earlier. Absolute perfection there as he continues this surge to cut the lead down to 2. Zeth quickly shuts this one down to regain the upper hand. He's showing why the odds were in his favor. Zeth takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is really putting on a show here. He's playing extremely well, and it's clear he's the one with the momentum right now. Fresh sides, let's see the response. Zeth is currently showing an impressive 23-13 record over the last day. He's carrying a tremendous amount of confidence into this half, and he's really putting the pressure on Lancer. He's essentially mirroring the dominance he had in their last meeting. Zeth just keeps extending that gap to a 10-5 lead. Slightly an uphill battle, but he has managed to win plenty of these. Zeth is making things look easy, and the gap is just widening as we head into the late game. He's really making his higher rank count in this one. A smooth exchange that puts him just one more win away from the victory. He's looked like the steadier hand throughout this entire set. Lancer finds a way to survive the pressure and pulls one back. He's certainly fighting for every bit of ground now. Boom! He closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the series. He just keeps finding the right shots. Zeth looks incredibly comfortable today and really seems to have his number right now. Ignis has clearly dominated the head-to-head over time with 37 wins in their series, but it's Zeth who has a significant advantage in recent form. The question is whether Zeth can turn this momentum into a full map win. Zeth is really rolling now, leading 2-1. He had that edge in the map percentage going in. Ignis has completely flipped the script, clawing back to a deadlock after that initial slow start. The gap in the ratings is barely a factor right now. He just can't stop this heat. That's 3 straight for Ignis to take the lead. Zeth usually handles this matchup well, but not today. He's just untouchable from the window, making it 4 straight. Zeth had a fantastic run of results leading into this. The momentum has completely shifted. That's 5 straight for him now. It's a complete reversal of their last encounter on red line. He's just not letting up, securing another clean victory to push the lead to 6-2. It's a complete turnaround from their last red line series. Absolute perfection from the server leader, taking a 7th straight point with a flawless burst. Zeth's strong day isn't helping him much here. He completely owns the space from the ramp, extending this incredible run to 8. Zeth finds his target quickly to get back in the game. Zeth is showing some real consistency across his matches today. Ignis takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how the pre-match looks predicted. He's in total control and simply outclassing Zeth right now. Time to see Zeth fight back. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to hold a 10-3 lead. That was an incredibly tight escape for him. Zeth is refusing to let this match slide away, quickly shutting down that ramp attempt. Ignis catches Zeth right as he's stepping up the ramp. A very fast read to put the pressure back on. The higher rating isn't helping him stop the bleeding. Ignis puts his opponent back in his place with a precise shot off the ramp, moving within striking distance of a victory. Zeth reacts faster to shut him down from the window, keeping the dream alive. He's fighting for every single digit now. He secures another victory from the window, refusing to let the match end just yet. He's starting to put up a serious fight here. Zeth is on fire right now, taking another clean round to extend his streak to 3. A huge shift in pace from the favorite side. He claims another win from the ramp, keeping his momentum strong as he pushes back. The underdog is definitely making his presence felt. He's just not letting up, and now a 5th straight round goes his way. Zeth is fighting back from a huge deficit now. And there it is. Ignis closes out the series with a huge final shot to secure the map. Despite that late charge, Zeth just couldn't find a way to cross the finish line. He's definitely going to be feeling this one. Ignis holds a significant advantage in the overall head-to-head history. He's definitely the favorite coming in, but Lancer needs this early momentum to offset that mental edge. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure. Lancer is absolutely flying, leading the series 2-1. Lancer is fighting to shake off a rough run of recent losses. Both players are trading rounds back and forth. This is shaping up to be a real nail-biter. Just another strong look for the higher-ranked man today. Lancer's on a roll, pushing the lead to 3-2. He's certainly playing with a lot more confidence than in their last meeting. Both players went for the high ground here, but Lancer won the battle of the boxes. A completely different outcome than their previous meeting. Lancer keeps his nose ahead with a 4-3 lead. He needs to find another gear if he wants to pull ahead. Lancer has definitely found some rhythm today, having a 19-16 record in the last day. That's a sharp contrast to his recent struggles and the losses he's been facing lately. If he continues to play this aggressively, he might actually be able to flip the script on his opponent. Lancer is just too quick, extending that lead to 7 rounds. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, picking up another quick one before the break. Lancer is in a great spot at 9-3. Well, this is a complete reversal of what we expected. He's absolutely tearing through this opening half and has a huge cushion to work with going into the second side. Let's see if Ignis wakes up. Lancer extends the gap, now sitting at 9-4. His overall experience on the server is really showing here. Ignis claws one back, but it's still 9-5. He's definitely showing why he's the higher ranked of the two. Ignis tried to put up a fight, but Lancer just shuts the door on any momentum swing right here. Lancer is practically walking through the server right now. Ignis is just not finding any answers. Ignis needs to start stringing these together if he wants to climb back into this. It's a strong look for the rank 27 contender. Lancer barely breaks a sweat as he pushes his advantage to 12-6. He's really capitalizing on this opportunity to upset the favorite. What a finish! Lancer closes it out in style to take the victory. He's just completely outclassed everyone today, proving he can trade blows with the best in the league. Zeph really owns the head-to-head history with a 64% win rate over Lancer. It makes this early lead for Lancer quite surprising given the historical gap. We have to see if the favorite can shake this off. Zeph answers back instantly, using that ramp to get the upper hand. He's looking sharp after that 23-13 day. Lancer is holding a tight lead, 2-1 right now. The higher rated man is really feeling the pressure right now. Lancer isn't letting up, quickly picking Zeph right off that box to extend his lead. Lancer has typically been a tough matchup for him. Lancer is just barely clinging to that 3-2 edge. Zeth is simply too experienced for his opponent to keep the lead. Zeth claws his way back. We're all square at 3 apiece. A clean recovery for the higher rated man to bring us level. Lancer is really playing some opportunistic games here, refusing to let Zeth build any momentum. And we're deadlocked again at 4 apiece. Both players are fighting a brutal uphill battle today. Lancer regains control with a slender 5-4 advantage. It's a different story tonight than their last meet on Orange. Lancer has a solid 47% win rate on this map, and that's a real advantage considering the rankings gap. It'll be interesting to see if he can use that home turf edge to keep the lead. Absolutely insane exchange, but he barely walks away with the victory to keep his streak alive. It's a surprising turn for the rank 25 player. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 cushion. Well, he is doing exactly what we expected from him today. That mid-half run of 4 straight rounds really pushed his lead to a comfortable spot. Time for Zeth to react. Lancer is put in a massive stranglehold on Zeth at 8-5. The higher seed is finally starting to push back. Lancer is really taking a firm grip on this match, quickly shutting down that attempt from the ramp. Zeth is really struggling to get his momentum back today. Lancer is just run away now with a commanding 10-5 lead. Zeth is really feeling the weight of his higher seed right now. He's in complete control now, extending this run to 3 consecutive rounds. Looking way different than the result we saw on Orange. Zeth puts an end to that flurry, securing another round of his own. He's finally showing that higher rated form after a tough start. Whoa, what a fight! He barely survives that, clinging to just 9 health to move within a single round of victory. That was an incredibly desperate scramble to survive. He closes it out right there to secure the win. A huge result right there for the underdog. He completely flipped the script on their head-to-head history today. Ignis has historically dominated this rivalry by winning over half of their meetings. It's just interesting because Zeph is currently in far better shape today. It'll be a battle to see if that recent momentum can overcome the long-term trend. Ignis is starting to build some real pressure here, and Zeth just can't seem to find his footing early on. Zeth has fought back to lock things up at 2 apiece. His recent record today is definitely looking more reliable. Zeth now holds a slim lead, 3-2. The higher rated side is definitely leaning into his favor right now. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Things are moving fast now that we're deadlocked. Ignis claims a narrow edge, leading 4-3. It's feeling just like their previous clash on fast aim. Zeth pulls it back to 4-0, keeping us deadlocked. Zeth is definitely feeling a bit more confident with those 23 wins today. Zeth is really starting to seize control of the pace here, putting his opponent on the defensive. A huge shift in power as the streak flips back to Zeth. He's certainly taken advantage of a strong run of form lately. He's completely taken over, marking off another easy one to keep the pressure mounting. Zeth is definitely looking stronger after his overall performance today. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, this is a huge surprise given the matchup history. He's playing way above his usual level against the favorite today. Time to see who blinks first. A very clean look at the target for that last kill. He's showing an incredible amount of grit to bring this series completely level. The favorite is finally starting to put his stamp on this map. Absolutely untouchable right now. He keeps the momentum swinging in his favor. Zeth answers back immediately, putting us right back in a deadlock. Both of them are coming off tough losses to Lancer today. Zeth edges ahead, clutching a narrow 9-8 lead. He's definitely finding a different gear today. Zeth is just too strong right now, piling on another winner to secure a huge advantage. The ladder difference is minimal, but he's looking like the better player here. He just won't stop. That's 4 straight for Zeth, and he looks completely in control. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite. A sudden shift in energy as he breaks the run and keeps his hopes alive. A critical stop to prevent a complete blowout. A quick reaction from Zeth to bring him to the edge of victory. This is proving to be an atypical day for the favored man. Absolutely huge. Zeth secures the final kill and walks away with the map victory. It's a huge result given how often the favorite has dominated this specific pairing over the years. Lancer starts us off strong, and he's already got a lead against the favorite today. Ignis has a strong historical lead with over 1,000 wins against Lancer in their shared history. He's really putting that psychological edge to use today. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can break that pattern for good. Ignis claims the lead, pushing it to 2-1 now. Lancer is certainly fighting against the grain here. What a fight! Lancer digs deep to push him off the ramp and force a deadlock at 2-2. Lancer is definitely riding high after that 13-6 blowout in their previous series. Ignis strikes back to take the 3-2 command. That's a really fast recovery considering the rough day he's had so far. Lancer levels the playing field, making it 3-all. Lancer's been an absolute menace today, keeping those confidence levels high. Ignis looks very comfortable right now, picking up another round while holding the advantage on the ramp. We are completely locked in at 4 apiece. Tough stretch for the favorite, who struggled with his consistency today. Lancer is really finding his footing here, utilizing that high ground to secure another round. A rough stretch for a guy who's gone 14-27 today. He manages to shut everything down from the ramp and keeps the rolling momentum going. The underdogs are definitely showing their teeth today. Ignis answers back quickly to stay within striking distance as we approach the break. Lancer takes a 7-5 advantage into the break. I mean, this is a huge result for the underdog. Ignis is definitely struggling to find an answer for the lower ranked player right now. Time to see a shakeup. Lancer holds on to a slim 1-round cushion for now. Looking at their history, this level of consistency is rare for Lancer. Ignis is starting to find his footing, managing to outplay Lancer, even with him holding the higher ground. The gap in their overall experience is really starting to show. Lancer just couldn't be shaken off the ramp, extending his narrow lead to 2. His 19-16 run today is keeping him in the driver's seat. Ignis manages to clear him off the ramp and brings us right back to a dead heat. The pressure is building and both are right back where they started. Ignis is really starting to put the pressure on now, using that high ground to pull ahead. He is definitely the more experienced player in this long-term rivalry. He keeps the heat up with another victory, taking full control of this series. Lancer manages to hold the slide and pulls himself back to 9-10. Coming in as the rank 31 player, this is a strong showing. Lancer had the sharper eyes in that exchange, and now he's officially taken the lead. Neither one of these guys is given an inch tonight. Lancer secures a huge victory from the ramp, putting him in total control of the match. He's managing a really impressive turnaround in this pair of maps. A swift response there, and we are completely deadlocked once again. Lancer has usually played second fiddle in these clashes. That was a complete shutdown of the opponent, leaving Lancer just a single point away from victory. Slightly surprising to see this level of poise from the underdog. Unbelievable. He shuts the door with a lightning-fast reaction to close out the series. He's officially rewritten the script for this rivalry today. Ignis just can't find the answer to that momentum. What a fight! Zeth clearly has the upper hand in the overall head-to-head with 93 rounds won. But Lancer is coming into this with a lot of confidence after taking their last meeting in a relatively comfortable fashion. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can reclaim that historical dominance. Lancer is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated side is starting to fight back. Zeth has really found some momentum here, erasing that initial deficit quickly. Zeth is definitely playing with a lot of confidence today. The lead has flipped and is just completely shutting down the competition right now. A quick response from Lancer to even things up at 3-3. The higher rated man on the server needs to tighten things up. Lancer regains control, edging ahead 4-3. That's already the second time he's come out on top recently. Lancer is just taking over now, securing another fast victory to bring his tally to 5. He's really capitalizing on a rough patch for the favorite. Lancer is just untouchable right now, taking a 4th straight round without breaking a sweat. A rough spot for the higher ranked man right now. Lancer survives a chaotic exchange to secure his 5th straight victory. It's a stark contrast to his usual control in this head-to-head. Another effortless round for Lancer, extending his streak to 6 before the break. Lancer takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. He really locked in after that 6-round surge to put himself in a great spot. Time for Zeth to dig in. Lancer has a very balanced day so far with 19 wins and 16 losses. It's clear he's translating that consistency into a massive lead. Zeth is really struggling to find any answers right now. Holy cow, he barely survives that one. Lancer clawed through a brutal fight to extend his lead to 11. Absolute carnage in this exchange, and Zeth manages to barely scrape through the chaos. He is looking to regain that historical dominance he's known for. He just barely survives a total war of attrition to put himself one step away from victory. He keeps walking away from these fights with a sliver of health. Zeth keeps the fight alive by completely shutting down that attempt. He's finally showing a flash of that top-end skill. Zeth is putting up a fight, shutting things down and denying that potential match-ending round. Lancer's control was far more decisive in their recent clash. An incredibly fast reaction to keep the rally going and push this game further. Game over. Lancer shuts the door and seals the deal with a clinical final shot. He's really starting to flip the script on Zeth, which is wild given how the history usually goes between these two. Zeth gets the jump on him from the box to start things off. Ignis holds a significant 38-28 overall lead in their head-to-head history, but you can tell that isn't helping him right now. Zeth has clearly found a way to disrupt his rhythm after winning their most recent meeting as well. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can actually find a way back into this. Unreal. He claws back into this match, barely surviving a chaotic exchange to stay in the fight. Zeth is putting a stranglehold on this 4-1 series. Zeth is really capitalizing on his better recent form here. Zeth is absolutely dominating this, moving to a 5-1 lead. The ladder position is starting to feel accurate today. Absolutely crushing it now. He's completely taking control of the pace. It's been a rough start to the day for the favorite. Just a total shutout as Zeth continues to tear through these rounds. The lower seeded player is making this look effortless. Zeth manages to clear the box with a series of precise bursts to keep the streak alive. The momentum has completely shifted since their last meeting. The slaughter continues as he secures another effortless victory. Zeth looks completely comfortable with the lead right now. A strong response there, picking up another win before the switch. A crucial spark for him after those tough losses earlier today. Zeth heads into the break with a huge 10-2 advantage. I mean, the favorite is just completely missing his shots today. Ignis is fighting an uphill battle after that 6-round slide. Time for a total mental reset. Zeth is playing with so much speed today, just completely bypassing any chance for a recovery. Zeth is really putting the pressure on his opponent today. A brutal exchange there, but he comes out on top to put himself one step away from victory. The underdog is simply playing a different game right now. What an ending! He takes the map with a flawless final spray from the box. Just an absolute clinic in efficiency from that side of the bracket. He's completely rewritten the script for this rivalry today. Ignis takes an early advantage, using the ramp to shut that down quickly. Lancer is responding well, though Ignis has historically been the one to control this pairing. The momentum shift matches the form we've seen today. Lancer enters today with a strong 2015 record. It's a complete turnaround from the historical data where Ignis usually holds the advantage. I'm curious to see if Lancer can keep this pace high as the match progresses. Ignis answers back immediately to keep things close. He really needs this to turn around a rough 14-29 stretch today. We're deadlocked at 3 apiece as they reset. Both are sitting right in the middle of the ladder. Lancer edges ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. Both of these are sitting almost exactly at the same spot on the ladder. Neither player is giving an inch here. It's a total stalemate as we head into the next one. Ignis is looking much more confident than his recent form suggests. Lancer is now clinging to a narrow 5-4 cushion. He's really leaning into that winning momentum from the previous clash. Lancer is playing with a massive amount of confidence right now, having won 20 rounds in the last day. Well, it's clearly reflecting in how he's controlling this series. If he can keep this pressure on, he's going to break Ignis' spirit before the half. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, he's completely defying the history between these two. He looks stronger than the numbers suggest, while Ignis is still struggling to find any consistency. Time to see if this holds. What a fight. He hangs on by a thread to keep this series incredibly tight. That is some seriously scary health management from him. Lancer builds on his lead, now sitting at 8-6. Lancer is simply refusing to let his opponent breathe right now. Lancer is just cruising now, moving ahead to a 9-6 lead. Lancer completely shuts him down off the ramp, moving his total to 10. Lancer is really rewriting the script today. An absolute war of attrition there, but he manages to walk away with his 4th straight. It's a tough spot for a guy usually seen as the favorite here. A quick response from Ignis to keep things moving. Lancer was looking so comfortable a few rounds ago, but the tides are turning in this one. They're practically neck and neck on the ladder overall. What an exchange! Ignis claws his way back from the brink, holding steady with a 3rd straight victory. Pure willpower from him to survive that close again. Unreal. He practically guts the match out of his opponent to keep this charging run alive. A total reversal of the odds we saw going into this one. Absolutely unbelievable. Ignis has clawed his way all the way back to a deadlock. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking full control to put himself just 1 round away from victory. He closes the door with a perfect finale, completing a staggering comeback to take the series. Lancer really had his back against the wall there, but he just couldn't stop that second half surge. What a fight. Zeth has completely owned this rivalry with a 63% win rate across their history. It's clear he's entering this server with a huge mental advantage. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can shake that weight off and reverse the trend. Goodness, both of them were shredding each other there, but Lancer manages to claw out the victory. Lancer has fought back to tie it up at 2 apiece. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Lancer had a clear read on that one, shutting Zeth down right on the ramp. His recent loss to Ignis seems to be a distant memory. Lancer is really surging ahead now with a 4-2 lead. Lancer is looking much more confident than he did against Ignis. Zeth claws one back, bringing it to 4-3. Zeth is certainly playing like the favorite today. Zeth is currently sitting in the top third of the ladder. He's definitely the more experienced hand in the league, which makes this deficit even more frustrating. We have to wonder if he can shake off the pressure and put his rating back into play. Zeth is showing real grit here, digging deep to trim the deficit to 2. That was a quick exchange, barely 2 seconds on the clock. Zeth keeps this momentum going, showing great persistence as he closes in on Lancer before the mid-game break. He's really putting the pressure on right now. Lancer holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how we anticipated. He's managing the pressure well, though Zeth still has a better historic win rate on this specific map. Zeth needs a spark here. Unreal. That was an absolute brawl, and Zeth just barely scrapes through with a sliver of health left. That was an absolute nail-biter of a duel. He's fully back in it now, evening the score at 7 apiece after a totally untouched sequence. Total reset from here, we're back to a dead heat. Zeth is simply untouchable right now, completing a flawless sweep to take a narrow lead. Lancer's early momentum has completely evaporated. Lancer claims the high ground on the ramp to bring things back to an 8-8 deadlock. The gap in rank isn't telling the whole story today. What a fight! He survives that absolute war of attrition to reclaim the lead. That's a really tight gap to bridge up for the underdog. Lancer just forced a 9-9 stalemate here. Lancer is really refusing to be intimidated by the rank difference here. Lancer edges ahead, putting the pressure on Zeth now. He's really flipping the script after that loss to Ignis. Zeth stays composed, cleaning up the round and keeping the pressure high. Both of these guys are refusing to budge right now. Zeth just showed an incredible amount of resolve, walking away without a scratch to take an 11-10 lead. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle against the odds. Zeth pushes the lead to 12, just 1 point away from victory. Zeth is simply in command of this map right now. It is a tough spot for Lancer to dig himself out of. And that's it. An incredible run to close things out and secure the victory. Lancer gave him everything he had today, but the momentum just swung too far in the opposite direction. He really had to dig deep for this one. Hard-fought win. Ignis has actually taken the majority of their career meetings with a 57% win rate over Zeth. But Zeth is coming into this set with a lot more confidence after an absolute blowout victory against him earlier today. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can flip the script. Unbelievable. He barely escapes that chaos with a handful of health to keep the streak alive. That Zeth is certainly making a strong case for the underdog here. Another effortless round for the man in control, stretching the lead to 4. He's playing like the better ranked man right now. A fast response from Ignis to get the round back on the board. He really knows how to hold his own on this side of the map. Zeth's commanding 5-1 lead feels nearly insurmountable. Zeth is definitely carrying the momentum from their earlier clash. Ignis really knows how to perform on this map, where he manages a 51% win rate. And that historical consistency should be a huge confidence boost. He's digging himself out of a hole, so now we see if he can actually put this gap together. Zeth is just dominating, sitting pretty at 7-2. Absolutely oppressive. He's just not letting up, putting a firm grip on this match. The rating advantage is starting to play a huge role. Another lightning fast kill as he pushes this lead to 9. Hard to believe Zeth is putting on such a clinic today. Zeth takes a massive lead going into the break at 9-3, and honestly, this is the opposite of what we expected. The favorite is struggling hard right now and needs a total shift in energy to stay in this. Time to see a new perspective. Zeth holds a crushing 9-4 advantage here. It is quite a contrast from that earlier blowout today. Ignis is trailing by 4, still fighting the tide. He is refusing to let the match slip away. He's certainly showing why he holds the overall head-to-head lead. Goodness, what a brawl! He barely clutched that one out, surviving by a mere sliver of health. The resilience he's showing with those low health finishes is wild. Zeth is just too fast today. He's making this look effortless with these quick exchanges. The gap in their rankings is proving to be a factor. And he just shuts the door on that rally, putting himself a single point away from victory. The speed of that encounter was just shocking. Wow, what a scrap! He survives with nearly nothing left to secure the series victory. He's simply owning this rivalry lately, taking 2 straight maps in a row against a guy who usually has his number. Ignis has won over 100 of their total matchups against Lancer. He is usually the one holding the upper hand in this specific rivalry. It will be interesting to see if he can reclaim that dominance after a slow start. Lancer is currently leading the charge at 2-1. The reaction time on that kill was simply unbelievable. We've got a dead heat right now with both players trading blows in the opening set. They are practically neck and neck on the ladder right now. Lancer pulls further ahead, now sitting at 3-2. He's coming into this series with a rough 2015 day overall. Lancer is really starting to distance himself here, capitalizing on a great spot by the wine to extend the lead. Lancer is just too fast, shutting things down in a flash to secure 3 straight. A crisp response from Ignis, showing plenty of fight as he closed back into this set. That's a huge moment for the underdog here. Ignis is really digging in here, refusing to let this match slide away. Lancer has a tough road to walk with a 45% all-time win rate. It's clear he is fighting an uphill battle historically. He'll need to maintain this current lead if he wants to break that long-term trend. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. This is looking like a complete reversal of the pre-match script. He's outperforming expectations and puts Ignis in a very tough spot for the second half. Let's see if Ignis wakes up. Lancer stays in control, pushing the gap to 8-5. The slightly higher rated player is finally showing some teeth. He's keeping the momentum shifting, taking the round without letting a single shot land on him. He's really surging now, securing another win to keep the pressure mounting on his opponent. He clears him right off the Tetris to keep his lead healthy. Looking at the numbers, this is a very tight gap in the ladder. He isn't letting this match go quietly, returning a favor with a completely untouched shot. Lancer is making a statement here, managing to clear out Ignis from that wine position. Ignis has had a brutal run of results across his last few games today. Ignis is showing some serious grit, closing the gap to 1 round. That was an incredibly sharp read by the trailing player. The momentum is swinging back and forth here. Neither player is allowing the other to sustain a run. A really grueling day so far for the trailing player. Lancer shuts down that comeback attempt and puts his opponent on the ropes. He's really capitalizing on his current form compared to the other guys. Absolute perfection to close it out. Lancer secures the victory with a flawless final shot. He just completely defied the history books with that series, finally getting the better of his longtime rival. Zeth starts the server strong, using that ramp angle to secure the first lead. Lancer is playing aggressively, quickly shutting down Zeth's attempt to control the ramp. The higher rated man is looking a bit shaky early on. Unreal! Zeth survives on a prayer and manages to clear Lancer off the ramp. Zeth is really leaning into that dominant head-to-head record here. Good heavens, that was a nail-biter! Lancer barely survives the fight on the ramp to even the score. He's fighting hard to close that gap in their head-to-head. Zeth holds a slim 3-2 edge as we reset. He looks comfortably in control after his recent dominant run through the server. Absolutely wild. He manages to claw back around and bring the score level at 3-3 after a brutal fight on the ramp. Lancer is really starting to stack up these wins and gain some serious air here. The rating gap seems non-existent in this set. A fierce exchange there, but Lancer comes out on top to put a real grip on the server. Zeth's recent dominant run through today's games isn't showing here. Zeth responds quickly to keep this series close. He's clearly feeling the effects of a strong 23-13 day so far. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on, taking full control of the ramp to claw back a lead. The higher rank is finally starting to put that advantage on display. He simply refuses to let up, picking Lancer off the ramp to keep this surge going. We're all square at 6-6. The script is holding up so far. Lancer looks every bit the favorite right now, but Zeth is staying right there in the fight. Let's see who finds a rhythm here. Zeth is really putting his foot on the gas right now, taking that fight from the ramp to push ahead. Lancer is really feeling the heat now, as Zeth secures another fast one from the ramp. What a scramble! He almost went down, but manages to scrape through that chaotic exchange. Total chaos, but he manages to outlast the opposition. Lancer is just not letting Zeth breathe right now, cutting him down on the ramp to keep this momentum going. He's really defying the odds against the higher ranked player. Lancer can't seem to put Zeth away, and now the lead has shifted back in the favorite's favor. That 70% recent form is definitely starting to show. Zeth's holding the high ground today, continuing to use that ramp to build a solid cushion. He's proving exactly why he's higher on the ladder right now. Zeth barely clings to a one-round lead. Lancer is definitely making this an uphill climb for the favorite. Absolute deadlock now as Lancer brings us to 10-all. Lancer is really making a statement despite being lower on the ladder. Zeth manages to stay on top by keeping that high ground for another point. His historical lead in their encounters is looking quite substantial. A pristine shot from Zeth, leaving him just a single round away from victory. Lancer just needs a spark to keep this alive. And that's it. Zeth shuts the door with a lightning fast finish to take the series. Lancer really pushed him to the limit and looked like he could pull off the upset. Zeth just had the cooler head in those final moments. What a fight. Zeth enters this match on a 4-game winning streak. It's a stark contrast to Ignis, who has really struggled to keep his head above water today. We'll see if those recent victories carry over into a full series win here. Ignis is really making a statement early on, taking control and pulling ahead by 1. He just can't be stopped right now, extending that run to 3 straight. It's a complete turnaround from their previous meeting. He's just untouchable right now, quickly picking Zeth off the box to extend that streak. That's quite the shift from the 13-5 result we saw on Orange. Zeth answers back immediately, refusing to let the match slip away. He needed a big response after a rough start today. Zeth is really digging in here, closing the gap with another flawless delivery. Ignis holds a significant historical edge with a 38-30 lead in their head-to-head history. It's interesting, because he's really fighting against a tide of poor form today. He'll need that confidence in his long-term record to carry him through this specific series. Ignis maintains a solid 2-round cushion over Zeth. A tough day overall for him with 15 wins against 31 losses. Ignis is just moving from one quick round to the next, really putting the pressure on Zeth here. Ignis leads at 7-5 heading into the switch. I mean, things are playing out exactly how we thought they would. He's showing a bit more poise here than he has in his other games today. Let's see if Zeth can rally. Ignis is really tightening his grip on the series, coming through with another fast win over Zeth from the ground. The rating gap usually favors Zeth, but he's just not finding a way through. Zeth is showing a lot of grit, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. It's a battle of wills now, with Zeth trying to reverse his earlier luck. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. Zeth keeps the pressure high, staying completely healthy while claiming another round for himself. Ignis just puts a heavy burden on Zeth at 10-7. Despite sitting lower on the ladder, he's really controlling the tempo here. What a scrap! He narrowly survives a brutal exchange from the box to keep this fight alive. A complete nail-biter, but he manages to stay out of reach. He's showing a lot of heart here, shutting down his opponent and keeping the deficit to just 1. Unreal, he's completely erased the lead and forces a dead heat at 10 apiece. Ignis quickly retakes the lead and manages to secure another round. Absolutely clinical. Zeth has completely leveled the playing field, bringing this match to a dead heat. He's really fighting for every single inch of ground. He's practically rewritten the script for this map, and now he's just one step away from victory. That was incredibly fast, and we've officially reached a deadlock. This duel is going to overtime. A gritty fight there, but he refuses to go down and takes a lead in this overtime battle. His higher standing on the ladder is finally starting to pay off.
The momentum has completely swung as Zeth secures another fast win to push the lead to 14-12.
It feels like Zeth is finally waking up for the clutch. Zeth is simply on fire right now, continuing his surge toward the finish line. He's certainly proving why he holds the higher rank in this matchup. He needed to wake up and make a play there. Absolute perfection on the final shot. Zeth completes a stunning climb to secure the map. He really had to dig deep to pull that out in overtime. He's certainly looking like the man to beat today. What a fight! Ignis has historically owned this matchup, winning 57% of their encounters. He's currently playing against a tough trend today, which makes this early lead quite important. What a finish! He nearly lets it slip, but manages to knock Lancer off the ramp just in time. He's trying to shake off a rough day with 15 wins so far. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is looking to build on a 20-win day so far. Lancer has completely flipped the script here, taking total control of the map with that ramp play. Another clean win for Lancer, who catches Ignis right on the toolbox. That's a tough set of results for him after his 13-16 loss to Zeth. He's simply on another level right now, claiming a 4th straight victory without taking any damage. Ignis answers back quickly, putting an end to that dominant run. Lancer has put together a solid 2015 day so far. It's clearly paying off because he's outperforming his usual stats in this series. He's looking very comfortable in this rhythm. Lancer keeps his narrow lead as we head into 10. He's fighting through a really tough stretch today. Lancer is really using that ramp to his advantage today, putting some serious pressure on Ignis. Lancer holds a slim one-round edge going into 11. Still trying to shake off those rough losses from earlier today. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is far from what the stats predicted. The favorite is struggling, and Lancer is playing like he wants the upset today. Fresh start for both players here. Lancer barely keeps his nose ahead at 7-6. That was an incredibly fast reaction to secure the round. Lancer's just too quick from that elevated angle, putting some serious distance between them now. It's becoming a real uphill battle for him today. Lancer is really starting to pull away here, catching Ignis right in that window. Lancer is simply on fire, cruising to another untouched victory as he puts a firm grip on the series. Ignis gets a quick response here to keep the game within reach. Lancer is putting a serious grip on this series, making his lead feel very comfortable right now. He is completely reversing the trend after their last meeting on Italy. Ignis is keeping this competitive, refusing to let Lancer just breeze through the final stretch. He's really fighting to keep his head above water with that 15:32 mark. Lancer clears the planks with ease, putting him just one step away from the victory. Lancer is looking far more composed than he did against Zephyr earlier. What a finish! Lancer secures the final round with a complete blowout to close it out. He's really rewriting the history books today, putting his second straight win against that opponent on the board. Zef has clearly had the upper hand historically with 95 wins in their head-to-head matchups, and looking at the ladder, the rating gap shows a similar trend. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can close that distance today. What a fight! Both players were shredded, but Zet managed to scrape through that chaotic exchange. His current form is on full display, coming off a 5-game streak. He's on fire right now, securing his 3rd straight win to build a substantial lead. Lancer is certainly feeling the weight of that recent defeat. That was an effortless exchange, as Lancer proves he can keep pace with the favorite. The gap in the ladder rankings is definitely narrowing as we watch. He's showing some real grit here, coming out completely unscathed to bring the score within 1. He's definitely defying the odds right now. Unreal. A desperate scrap between both players on the boost, but Zeth manages to barely outlast him. Just a hair of health left for that winner. Absolutely hard-stopping. Zeth manages to outlast him from the ground, barely surviving that brutal exchange. He is putting together a very dominant day so far. Zeth is simply too sharp right now, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. He's playing exactly like a favorite tonight. Lancer is finally awake and responds quickly to pull another round back. Lancer has historically seen more success on this specific layout with a 47% win rate, and that should be giving him some confidence right now. It's a tough hill to climb, but Zed is currently putting those map stats to the test. Zef takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break, and he's making this look easy, honestly. Lancer is struggling to keep up with that 70% recent win rate Zef has been sporting lately. Let's see if Lancer can pivot. Zef is nearly untouchable, staring down a 9-4 lead. A dangerous moment for the favorite after that quick loss. Lancer is trailing by 4 as we hit round 14. Lancer is playing a much more aggressive style than he showed against Ignis. Zed quickly shuts that down, catching Lancer right as he tried to push from the ramp. A solid way to close out a productive 24-12 day so far. Zef is putting on a clinic, quickly pulling away again after that brief push by Lancer. A very consistent outing for the top seed. Lancer shows great awareness to come through and outplay Zed from the boost. He's definitely playing the underdog role to perfection right now. Lancer is really starting to push back now. He's putting on some pressure and forcing Zed onto the defensive. A strong run of form from the lower rated player here. He's simply refusing to slow down, racking up another victory to keep this surge alive. Zeth halts that rally and moves back into a commanding position. He's really showcasing why he holds the higher rank. Lancer manages to find his mark and shut him down off the ramp. That was a crisp read on the angle to take the lead back. Game over. Zed finishes it with a perfect shot to seal the victory. Just a total shutdown to wrap things up. Despite that huge push in the second half, he's still the one who owns this rivalry. Ignis holds a strong overall lead with 38 head-to-head wins over Zeth. That's quite a gap, especially considering how Zeth has been dominating his recent matches. It'll be interesting to see if that historical confidence can outweigh the current momentum. Ignis is staring down a dominant 2-1 lead. He's really bringing that heat from his recent win over Lancer. Zeth is really capitalizing on the momentum now, evening things up in a hurry. Zeth is clearly bringing that top-tier form into the server today. Ignis keeps the upper hand, leading 3-2. Zeth has been looking stronger lately with those recent wins. Absolute deadlock now, with both players sitting at 3. This side of the bracket is clearly favoring the higher rated player today. The momentum is shifting entirely towards Zeth now, and he looks incredibly sharp in these exchanges. A hard-fought exchange here, but he survives the trade to keep the streak alive. He's riding a huge wave of confidence after that streak of 6. Ignis responds quickly here, cutting into the deficit. Zeth has really been owning his side of the ladder lately. We're all tied up at 5, a total stalemate. He's clearly finding a way to disrupt that recent winning streak. Ignis completely takes over the pace, sealing his 3rd straight round win. Zeth has definitely been the more consistent player today. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Well, Ignis is staying right where he needs to be. Despite the tight score, he's effectively holding off Zeth's hot streak to keep this series even. Fresh start for both of them. Zeth barely edges ahead with a narrow 7-6 lead. His red-hot run through the bracket continues tonight. Zeth is on a significant tear, going 25-11 over the last day. That level of consistency is starting to bleed into this series. It's clear he's feeling incredibly comfortable with his timing right now. He just needs a few more to shut this down. What a fast response from Ignis, refusing to let his opponent pull away. He's proving he can step up when the pressure is mounting. He's just too fast right now, continuing a gritty effort to close the gap. The favorite is starting to feel the pressure here. Zeth is now comfortably ahead at 10-8. The higher rated player is simply too composed right now. Zeth is just starting to put some serious distance between himself and his opponent. Zeth is looking every bit the favorite now. He's just completely in control now, sitting on a 3-game tier and staring at the finish line. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with an incredible final push to secure the victory. Just a total statement here, proving that the momentum he's carrying right now is way more impactful than those old head-to-head records. Lancer enters this match with a positive 1916 record over the last day, and honestly, it's a huge contrast to how poorly Ignis has been performing lately. He's clearly the one with the momentum here. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can flip the script. A gritty exchange, but he holds on to secure his third straight victory. Lancer just can't be stopped, moving to a clean sweep of the early game. It's quite a swing from the historical head-to-head records. Finally, Ignis finds a way to trade blood and come out on top. Historically, he's usually the one coming out on top in this pair. Lancer is dominating, leading 5-1 right now. Ignis historically owns the overall head-to-head lead with over 1,000 wins. Well, that massive advantage seems completely irrelevant given how struggle-prone he has been today. He'll need to find a way to hold this slide quickly. A total collapse from Ignis as his opponent puts together 4 in a row. He's outplayed his lifelong rival in both of the recent games. He's just too fast, extending his streak to 5 straight wins with a perfect burst. It's a rough day for a guy who normally holds the edge. Ignis puts an end to that run and manages to find his mark right before the break. Lancer takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, we expected Ignis to control this series, but he's just not responding. We're looking at a potential shock result if this continues. Time to see some fight from Ignis. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now. It's getting harder and harder for Ignis to see a path back into this. The favorite has barely found any footing today. That was an absolute flash of speed. Lancer puts the pressure back on and is now just 1 point away from victory. A sharp response from Ignis, though he's still staring down a huge deficit. It's a tough spot for someone's overall record to protect. He keeps his cool in that exchange to pull off another victory. Still a steep mountain to climb, despite this small surge. What a way to close it out. He shuts the door with a lightning fast flick to take the series. Lancer had him completely figured out today, really putting those historical head-to-head numbers to shame. Lancer makes a strong start here, taking early control from the ramp. Zeth holds a substantial historical lead with a 64% win rate in their head-to-head encounters. It's quite surprising to see him struggling this early, given how he's dominated this pairing in the past. Now the pressure is on Zeth to prove that early momentum is just a fluke. Lancer survives a chaotic trade to move further ahead, completely taking over the map. His recent hot streak isn't showing up in this series. Zeth digs in on the ramp to secure his first point of the map. Expected outcome for a player with that 8% recent edge. Zeth is refusing to fold, putting up another huge shot to keep the pressure high. The momentum shift is real for the favorite now. Unbelievable, he manages to barely escape that fight on the ramp with a tiny sliver of health left. His opponent has definitely been more active on the server today. Lancer is putting on a clinic from the ramp, really tightening his grip on this game. Lancer is just unstoppable right now, shutting Zeth down from the ramp for his third straight. A huge contrast to Zeth's dominating form in the last few games. Zeth responds quickly with a crisp shot to halt that run. He's keeping that extremely high recent win percentage alive. Zeth has completely flipped the script now, putting a real dent in that lead. He's having a massive day so far with 25 wins already. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's performing exactly as the analyst projection suggested. Now Zeth needs to dig deep to bridge this 4-round gap. Time for a fresh start. Lancer just shuts him down again, and he did it while Zeth was holding that ramp. That top half ranking on the ladder isn't helping Zeth right now. Lancer is just outclassing him right now, picking him off the boxes with a really clean shot. Total nightmare for the man coming into this as the clear favorite. Zeth just came out on top in that brawl on the ramp, keeping his hopes alive. He's really relying on that experience to claw back into this. What a close one! Lancer just barely survives that exchange to take down Zeth off the Tetris. Lancer is really making his opponent work for every single point here. Lancer definitely had the upper hand, but Zeth is refusing to let this series slip away easily. He's really leveraging that upper half ladder standing right now. Lancer secures the advantage from the ramp, and he's now just one round away from victory. A massive turnaround from the expected start for both these guys. Boom! Lancer closes it out with a total shutout to secure the series. A really dominant showing here from the underdog, completely shaking off that historical disadvantage he's faced against Zeth. Zeth reacts quicker than expected to start this off, picking Ignis right off the boxes. Ignis actually holds the lead in their lifetime history with 38 wins. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence after that last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that edge today. Ignis is smelling blood with a commanding 2-1 lead. A surprising turn compared to how the higher rated player hasn't been performing today. Absolute control from the favorite right now, securing another round to extend that lead. That's a complete reversal from their previous map encounter today. Zeth finds his footing here, trimming the lead back to a single round. Zeth's recent run of form makes him look dangerous today. We are all squared up now, Ignis and Zeth locked in. A tough stretch for him considering that recent 6-game skid. He's completely taken over the pace, securing his 3rd consecutive point. He's definitely in a much better spot than during his clash with Lancer. Ignis answers back immediately, bringing the tally level. A complete reset from the result they just had on Orange. Ignis barely clings to the advantage at 5-4. He's really putting that early season momentum to the test here. He's just unstoppable right now, taking a commanding grip on the match with a 3-round streak. Hard to believe Zeth entered this match as the projected favorite. He is simply tearing through the competition right now, moving to 7 rounds won. It's a tough turn of events for Zeth after that strong showing on Orange. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Everything is playing out exactly as predicted. He's clearly making the most of his 52% win rate on this map to keep Zeth at bay. Zeth needs a quick wake-up call. Ignis has gone an incredible 15:35 in his last 24 hours. And honestly, it's surprising to see him put together a stretch like this. He's completely erasing a very difficult day so far. I wonder if this momentum can carry him all the way to a closing win. Ignis is pulling far ahead now at 9-6. Zeth has definitely been the more consistent player lately. What a response, he's completely flipped the script with 3 straight rounds in his favor. He's finally starting to play to his seed. A frantic trade where he barely walks away alive, keeping this resurgence going with a 4th consecutive win. Man, he is simply refusing to let the game slip away. A fast reaction from Ignis to put a stop to that momentum. He's fighting through a really rough stretch in his overall form. Ignis is really starting to distance himself here. He looks like he's in total control of the pace now. A tough exchange for both, but Zeth prevails to keep this comeback attempt alive. A clutch victory right there to keep the pressure mounting. That was a picture-perfect sequence, leaving him with only a single round to overcome. That was an effortless stop by Zeth, refusing to let the door close on his comeback. He's certainly showing the class expected of his higher rank. He just keeps clawing back, staying alive when he needed it most. He's showing why he holds a higher seed in this series. Unbelievable. Zeth ties this series up and forces overtime with a perfectly timed shot. The pressure has reached an absolute boiling point. Absolute perfection from Zeth, dusting another round off in a heartbeat. The momentum has completely shifted as we head into the final frame. A huge response from Ignis to even the playing field. Zeth has generally been more dominant in the recent meetings today. Zeth is showing incredible grit, shutting the door on that last push with a flawless exchange. Everything is moving too fast for the trailing player to keep up. He's completely untouchable right now, walking away from that exchange without losing a single point of health. His current form is just far too strong to ignore. Incredible. Zeth closes it out with absolute precision to take the series. He really had to dig deep for that one, especially after how dominant Ignis looked early on. What a fight! Lancer just beat Ignis in a total landslide during their previous match. It's a stark contrast to how Ignis normally plays against him historically. He is definitely carrying that confidence into this server. Unreal. He manages to survive that absolute firefight with just a sliver of health left. It's a strong turnaround, considering how poorly his last few games went. Absolute perfection from the frontrunner, moving the score to 3-1. Lancer responds quickly here, tightening the gap to 2-3. It feels like he's finally shaking off those early struggles. Ignis is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. He's showing a lot of grit after that rough 15-36 start today. Ignis is continuing to dominate their lifelong rivalry, holding a huge lead of 1092 total wins over Lancer. You know, it's a massive mental edge to have when you've spent years outclassing an opponent. Now he's just trying to make sure this game doesn't slip away. Lancer is lightning fast here, taking the point in less than a second. Ignis is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 7-3. He's really turning things around after that rough start today. Lancer holds the high ground here, taking control of the round from the box. Ignis leads 8-4. I mean, everything is going exactly as we expected for the favorite. He's outplaying Lancer right now and looks completely comfortable with that cushion. Time to see if Lancer can rally. Ignis is simply relentless, stretching the gap to 9-4. Lancer definitely didn't look this lost during his last victory over him. Ignis is just cruising now, commanding a 6-round advantage. Hard to believe he entered this as the slight favorite. Lancer is fighting back with some incredibly quick reactions here. Lancer is putting on a clinic from the air, cleaning up yet another round from that elevated spot. He's definitely feeling the weight of that 10% recent form. He's on fire. That's 3 straight for Lancer as the tide starts to shift. His current 19-16 record today is definitely starting to show. Another flawless trade, and that makes 4 in a row for the trailing man. It's a huge shift from how things looked early on. Lancer just can't be stopped, claiming a 5th straight to pull within 1. The confidence is clearly flowing back into his game now. Ignis finally cuts that run short, putting a stop to the comeback attempt. He manages to weather the storm despite a very difficult run recently. He's putting on a wall right now, securing a 2nd straight and moving within striking distance of victory. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed. That's it! Ignis shuts the door and claims the victory. Lancer looked like he had the momentum after that huge run, but he just couldn't close it out today. Zeth has an impressive 63% head-to-head win rate over Lancer. It's definitely giving him the confidence to push the pace early on today. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can bring back that same energy from their last encounter. We're all tied up as they head back out. Both of these players have been extremely active throughout the day. Lancer now holds a narrow lead over Zeth. The upper half favorite is feeling the heat right now. Neither player is giving an inch so far. We've got a dead heat heading into round 5. He's been putting up a lot of numbers today with that 26-10 record. Zeth grabs the momentum, pushing ahead 3-2. His higher rating is starting to show in these exchanges. Lancer fights back and we're locked at 3 apiece. He's fighting to climb that rating gap as we move forward. Zeth is definitely starting to look like the aggressor here, consistently putting Lancer on his heels. The Seed is starting to hold his ground. Zeth is really putting on a clinic today, entering this match with a 26-10 record over the last day. That high level of consistency is precisely why he entered as the favorite here. Now the question is whether Lancer can find a way to disrupt this momentum. Zeth's pulling away, holding a 2-round cushion now. He's currently showing a much stronger trend over his last 10 appearances. It's been a real back and forth affair with neither player able to string together a multi-round lead. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead as we switch sides, and honestly he's proving that his superior rating isn't just for show. Lancer needs to step it up if he wants to flip the script here. Lancer needs to wake up now. Good heavens, they both tore into each other. Zeth just barely scrapes by in an absolute war of attrition. Man, he is walking a razor's edge with those low health totals. Zeth is firmly in control with a commanding 9-5 lead. Zeth looks completely locked in after a productive day in the server. He's just too fast right now, extending that streak to 3 straight. He's really making the most of that higher ladder position. He's just completely unstoppable, securing another victory to push that streak to 4. The momentum is just too overwhelming and now he's within a single round of closing this out. He's proving exactly why he was such a heavy favorite going in. And that's it. A flawless finish for Zeth to secure the map victory. Just an effortless display of skill from start to finish, proving that the gap in their recent form is very real. What a fight! Zeth manages to scrape through that chaos with barely any health left. Ignis has dominated their head-to-head history by winning 54% of their total encounters. I mean, but that's a huge contrast to how this specific game has started. Zeth is just purely outplaying him right now. It will be interesting to see if the veteran knowledge of this rivalry helps Ignis pivot. Zeth is cruising toward a dominant 3-1 lead. He's looked sharp all day, and that strong 26-10 record shows it. The momentum is firmly with Zeth right now, and he's putting a huge amount of pressure on his opponent. The higher rating seems to be the difference here. A fast exchange on the Tetris, and Ignis finds the opening to chip away at that deficit. A quick snap back to reality for the favorite. Zeth is just relentless, holding a commanding 5-2 lead. The momentum seems consistent with his recent 90% win rate. Unreal, he clutched that out from the box with just a sliver of health remaining. Both of these players are walking on a knife's edge today. He's proving surprisingly stubborn, securing another round to keep this fight alive. Zeth is really making the most of his current form, putting up a 26-10 record over the last day. It's quite a shift from the historical pattern, where he usually plays the underdog role. I wonder if he can maintain this composure as he nears the halfway mark. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break, and honestly, the underdog is completely defying the script right now. He looks far more confident than the ranking suggested. Fresh start for both players. Absolute chaos there, but he manages to hold the ramp and survive by a hair. His nerves have totally vanished in these last two battles. Zeth looks completely comfortable up on the ramp, taking control of the map once again. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from that last win over Ignis. Zeth is just pulling away now, leading 9-6. It's a familiar story after their most recent head-to-head on Mappas. A precise strike from Ignis to secure another point and keep the pressure on. Good grief. That was a complete war. Zeth manages to crawl away from that exchange alive. Coming off a strong series against Lancer earlier, Zeth is simply too sharp. Zeth holds that Tetris angle beautifully, continuing his run of fast-paced rounds. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, keeping the pressure on and tightening this gap. Zeth has certainly felt the pressure of this particular matchup. He's not backing down, showing real grit to keep this rally going. A big shift in energy for the underdog now. He's simply on fire now, claiming another perfect round to close the distance. He's definitely starting to look like the favorite we expected. Another flawless response to bring the score level. Both players have been incredibly consistent throughout this set. Zeth puts himself on the verge of victory after that intense trade. The higher seeded player is stepping up when it counts. Absolute brilliance! Zeth closes out the series with a lightning fast shot to take the victory. Ignis really clawed his way back with that huge mid-game streak, but he just couldn't find that last push. He had to work for that. Ignis holds a clear advantage over the long term, having won 57% of their head-to-head encounters. That history is definitely showing today as Lancer looks a bit shaken after their previous clash. It'll be interesting to see if he can adjust his timing to get back in this. Unreal. Lancer claws this one back in a total slugfest, barely scraping through with a sliver of health left. Lancer has completely flipped the script, taking control of the series and catching Ignis right out of that window. He just can't be stopped, dragging his opponent off the ramp to keep this run alive. Lancer really needs to prove this isn't just a fluke today. Ignis answers back instantly, bringing the tally back to a dead even split. Neither player has managed to pull away, and the pressure is mounting. Ignis edges ahead, putting him one step up. He's starting to look like the favorite again. A completely untouched sequence for Ignis, who continues to distance himself from the competition. Looking much more comfortable after that previous matchup they shared. Lancer manages to hold his ground and shut things down from the ramp. The rankings for these two are actually very close. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece for this battle. It's a surprising turnaround since their most recent clash on the dunes. Lancer is just completely untouchable right now, securing a huge cushion heading into the break. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, we expected Ignis to cruise here, but the underdog is playing out of his mind. He's fighting back hard against a player who usually dominates this pairing. Time to shake things up. Ignis manages to secure that window peak and gets the better of the ramp. Lancer is putting up a fierce fight despite the gap in their raw rankings. Ignis is quickly gaining some momentum using that high ground on the toolbox to pull ahead once again. That was a way more contested engagement. He's just too sharp right now, taking 3 straight to reclaim the lead. Lancer is really feeling the heat after that earlier defeat on the dunes. A total shutdown here as the momentum shifts completely back to the leader. A crisp reaction there, halting that momentum for the trailing player. Absolutely wild. He survives the trade from the toolbox with almost nothing left. Both of these players are flirting with disaster today. Ignis takes another one from the ramp, really putting his foot on the gas right now. His overall win rate is usually a bit higher than his opponent's. The momentum has completely shifted, leaving Ignis just 1 round shy of victory. It's looking like the predicted outcome for this series. A huge hold for Lancer, who manages to pick him right off the window to keep this going. He's showing a lot of grit to keep this contest alive. What a finish! Ignis closes things out with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the brink early on, but that's a huge relief for him to finally close the door on this set. What a scrap! Lancer barely walks away from that exchange with his life. Zed has traditionally owned this matchup with a 63% win rate. It's a bit surprising to see him falling behind so early, given how comfortably he's played his recent games. We'll see if he can rely on that historical advantage to pivot the series. Lancer is absolutely dominating this, sitting on a 3-1 lead. He's really struggling to put a stop to that crushing 13-5 loss from earlier today. Lancer is making this look easy, and the rounds are flying by at this pace. That a surprising shift for Zeth given his recent run of form. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, taking a huge 5-round lead. It is a total reversal from the 13-5 stomp Zeth put up on Orange. Absolutely wild, he claws through that exchange to keep the momentum rolling. Hard to believe he's this far back as the higher rated player. Zeth manages to secure a quick win to put a dent in that lead. He is certainly putting his better ladder placement to use. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal trade to regain complete control of the match. He's really capitalizing on that momentum, despite the low seed. Lancer have put together a stunning 8-round effort today. I mean, it is an absolute shock to see him essentially dismantle a player who's been as hot as Zeth this afternoon. Now we just have to see if Zeth can pull himself together before this completely slips away. Lancer takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, he is playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see. He's just completely in control of the pace right now. Zeth needs a spark here. Lancer is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. It's a total flip from how Zeth has played today. Lancer is just on a roll right now. He's completely erased any trace of those earlier losses from his day. He's completely flipped the script on their last head-to-head meeting. Lancer has been absolutely crushing this game, but Zeth is starting to push back. Quick, clean finish to shake things up. Zeth is finally clawing his way back into this, using that height advantage on the boxes to secure another win. He puts a stop to those hopeful momentum swings and is now just a single round away from victory. He is truly reversing the expected outcome for this set. Zeth manages to outlast him and secures the kill from below the ramp. Lancer really had to work for that one. What a gritty finish. Lancer digs deep to weather that storm and secures the victory. A massive statement from him today. He just completely dismantled the favorite and erased that memory of their last encounter. Zeth looks sharp early, using that wine bottle cover to secure the opening round. Zeth currently has a positive record of 25-11 over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into the server. He's looking to secure a second straight win against Ignis, which would be a strong statement given how the matchup usually goes. He is simply too fast right now, shutting the door on Ignis with another quick win. Ignis answers back quickly to keep this close. A frighteningly fast reaction from Ignis to keep the pressure mounting. Zeth is comfortably in control with a 5-2 lead. He's really making his higher ladder standing felt early on. A perfectly clean engagement there, and Ignis continues to claw back into this match. That's a surprising shift for the projected favorite. Zeth is currently sitting on a very impressive 80% win rate over his last 10 games. That kind of high-level consistency usually makes him a nightmare to deal with in a series, so it's not surprising he's comfortably leading here. The big question is whether Ignis can find some stability to push this back into a contest. The streak is back and moving in the opposite direction, putting Zeth in a commanding position. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Everything about this half defies the pre-match script. He's completely dismantled the favorite, and Ignis looks like he has no answer for this space. Time for a total reset. Zeth's now 10 rounds up, putting Ignis in a hole. He's putting on a clinic, contrasting the high-volume struggle his opponents had today. Zeth is simply outclassing him right now, refusing to give Ignis any breathing room. That was an incredibly fast response from Ignis to keep things moving. That was effortless. Zeth is officially 1 round away from closing this out. Zeth is effectively playing a perfect set right now. Unbelievable. He finishes the game with an absolute shutout to secure the victory. He's just completely out of his element today, totally unable to disrupt a rhythm that's been unstoppable since the start. Ignis holds a strong overall edge in their history together, winning 57% of the time they face off. It's interesting to see him asserting that dominance immediately after his previous victory against Lancer. We'll see if he can keep that pressure high. Ignis is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. A clean look at that last trade to get back in this. Lancer has completely flipped the script, turning a quick start from Ignis into a dead heat. He is just outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another flawless victory. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that chaos, but the winning streak hits 4. He's taking full advantage of that momentum from his win over Zeth earlier. He's completely taken over this map, extending his run to 5 straight. Ignis isn't going away quietly, putting a stop to that run to keep himself in the fight. It gives him some breathing room after that cold start. Lancer has really put together a strong run here, especially considering he's currently playing against his direct ranking peer. You know, it's a complete reversal from the result we saw in their previous meeting where Ignis had the upper hand. Now it's Lancer who is firmly in control. Lancer's really pulling away now, sitting comfortably at 7. The momentum has shifted completely from how their last map ended. Lancer takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, we expected Ignis to be the one running away with this. He looks completely shaken while the underdog is just owning the map. Time for a total reset. Lancer is out front by 3 after that round. Lancer is certainly fighting hard to overturn that historical deficit. Lancer is really dominating, stretching that lead to 9. He's clearly shaken by those rough results across the board today. Ignis is refusing to let Lancer close this out quickly, digging in and making him work for every single point. He's showing some real grit now, picking up another to narrow the gap. He's refusing to let that lead get out of hand. He's on fire right now, taking full control of this map to keep the comeback alive. The pressure is mounting for that front runner to find an answer. Incredible. He's completely wiped out that early deficit, bringing the set level at 9-all. Absolutely stunning to see a total deadlock at this stage. He is absolutely surging now, having claimed 5 in a row to take the lead. Lancer answers back immediately to pull everything level. He's really battling through a tough 17:38 run for the day. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, extending that lead to 2 rounds. Looking very sharp after a Dominante showing against Zeth earlier today. He's just cruising through this stretch, putting himself 1 step away from the finish line. Exactly where you'd expect the favorite to be in this spot. What a fight he manages to survive that brawl to stay alive in the series. That was an incredibly tight exchange to keep the dream alive. Unbelievable. Ignis forces a tie and pushes this whole series into overtime. Total deadlock now as they head into a brand new set. Lancer is refusing to let this slip, managing to trade blows with him in this overtime stretch. A massive shift for the man sitting at rank 30. Lancer is really starting to seize the momentum here, pushing himself further ahead in the score. Just a couple of rating points separate these two on the ladder. Lancer is just rolling through this overtime period now, securing his third straight victory. He's showing exactly why he entered the match as the favorite. He's refusing to go down without a fight, keeping the pressure on as he keeps this series alive. He's really digging in to claw back into this. Unreal. He shuts the door on this series with an absolutely perfect final shot. He's finally shaking off those early struggles to close this out in a real brawl. Lancer really had to dig deep to survive this one. He earned every single point. Zeth claims the high ground early on, showing he's got the opening edge today. Lancer really comes out swinging here, cutting Zeth down right off that box to even things up. Zeth has won 63% of their previous encounters, meaning he usually knows exactly how to handle Lancer. However, the favorite is currently struggling to recover. And seeing Lancer continue this run of confidence is a huge shift from their historical trend. Zeth holds a slim lead at 3-2 right now. He's clearly feeling good after a productive day so far. Another effortless round for Zeth, who's now on fire with 3 straight wins. The favorite is certainly living up to his seeding here. Lancer answers back quickly, making the score 3-4. Zeth had a huge day up until this point, going 25 and 11. Lancer is starting to seize the momentum here, taking control as things stand perfectly even. What a scrap! Zeth barely walks away from that exchange with a tiny bit of health left. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, quickly picking Lancer off the box to widen that gap. Zeth keeps the momentum rolling with a huge 3-round streak as we approach the break. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is definitely keeping pace with the favorite here. He's playing with an immense amount of confidence and looks ready to push this upset through. Time to switch things up. He keeps the pressure on, absorbing a fair bit of damage before finally securing the point. The momentum shift is real, giving us a dead heat heading into the final stretch. Lancer is showing a lot of grit, clawing his way back into this tie. That is an incredible turnaround to bring the game back to a draw. Zeth barely clings to that one-round advantage. The higher-rated competitor is starting to re-establish control. He's simply refusing to buckle, putting together a very strong sequence to keep this series deadlocked. Lancer is completely refusing to let this game slip away. He just clears Zeth off the box with a perfectly clean finish, continuing this impressive run. Lancer is playing like he's forgotten the ladder gap entirely. Zeth uses that vertical advantage to shut things down and keep this battle perfectly level. Zeth manages to stay one step ahead at 10-9. Slightly leaning on his higher rank in this one. What a recovery! He refuses to go away and brings this battle right back to a dead heat. Absolutely zero room for error left for either of them. A total shutdown of the opposition. As soon as he finds the angle, he secures another effortless point. That's exactly how you capitalize on an opening. Lancer is simply refusing to stop, putting himself one step away from victory. Lancer is truly defying the odds today. Zeth manages to dig deep and keep the dream alive for now. He really needed that response to stay in this. Unbelievable. Lancer shuts the door on this series to complete a stunning rally. He really needed that final push to close it out, especially given how he struggled against Zeth in the past. He's certainly making a statement today. What a fight. Zeth has been the historically stronger player with 97 total wins over Lancers. It's a tough spot to be in when you're currently on a losing streak against this specific opponent. I wonder if Zeth can shake off that mental weight and get things moving in his direction. Lancer is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. We're seeing a lot of very quick rounds early on. Lancer is just dominating right now, leading 4-1. The higher rated player is certainly feeling the heat. He is simply too fast for him right now, taking another round without taking any damage. A sharp response from Zeth to slow this momentum down. He's been very active today with that 25-11 record. Zeth started today with a strong 25-11 record, but he's now fighting a steep uphill battle. Well, we are seeing the higher rated players struggle to contain this momentum. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can actually turn this around. A frantic scramble that ends with Lancer coming out on top for the third straight. His recent 60% win rate is really starting to show. Lancer is just unstoppable right now, moving within striking distance of a double-digit lead. A really tough result given how a favorite is expected to start. Lancer heads into the break with a huge 10-2 lead, and honestly the favorite is just running away with this one. He's looking sharp after those recent victories in other matches today. Time to shake it off. Lancer is just completely in control here, staring down the win while Zeth looks totally lost. Hard to believe his higher standing on the ladder isn't making a difference. Lancer was just cruising, but Zeth finally showed some life with that last kill. He's trying to bring that huge all-time head-to-head lead back into play. Zeth is putting up a fight, making this a much tighter contest than it looked moments ago. He's on fire. Zeth manages to secure another clean frame to keep his momentum building. He definitely has the experience in these tight spots. A total shutout as he keeps the streak alive for a fourth straight round. He's definitely proving why he holds the higher rank today. Unreal! Lancer barely survives that chaotic exchange, taking down Zeth from the boost to move one away from victory. The composure on display from him under that much pressure is huge. What a scrap! Zeth barely walks away from that disaster to keep his hopes alive. That was an incredibly fast exchange to break the pressure. What a fight! Zeth manages to crawl across the finish line with practically nothing left. He's fighting for every single pixel of health right now. Zeth claims another round from the ramp, keeping the momentum swings in his favor. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. A perfect reaction to keep the run going and force Lancer to dig deep for that final round. Absolutely chaotic. He weathers the storm to push this series to the limit. Lancer's control of the map has completely vanished. Unbelievable. He claws back into a deadlock at 12, surviving that brutal trade to push this straight into overtime. A wild shift from where we started this set. Lancer holds his nerve in a protracted battle to regain the lead. A real test of nerves for the number 30 spot. That was a remarkably quick exchange. Lancer is really finding his stride in this overtime period. Lancer is truly playing the role of the giant killer today. Lancer is simply on another level, securing a third straight victory to put himself one step away from the map. A huge reflex play by Zeth to halt that slide and keep his hopes alive. A lightning fast exchange to keep the deficit manageable. He shuts the door with an effortless final shot to seal the victory. Pure chaos from start to finish, but he really dug in when it counted to secure this victory in overtime. He's definitely getting the better of the favorite lately. What a fight! Zeth has clearly been the historically dominant force here, winning over 60% of their career meetings. It's a surprising dynamic since Lancer is currently on a streak and taking control early. Zeth will need to find a way to shut that momentum down fast. Zeth holds a narrow 2-1 edge as we reset. The higher ranked player is firmly back in the driver's seat. Lancer is playing these rounds at a breakneck pace, barely giving Zeth any time to react. Lancer's now just a single step ahead at 3-2. The favorite is really feeling the pressure now. Zeth claws back to leave us deadlocked at 3-0. Zeth is definitely showing why he's sitting higher on the ladder. Zeth has completely flipped the script here, taking a commanding lead after those last two quick exchanges. Another clutch play, and we're tied up at 4 apiece. He's proving that those recent victory runs against Zeth were no fluke. Wow, a total brawl. He manages to survive the exchange with a sliver of health remaining. Looking at the board, Zeth definitely has the edge on this side. Absolute deadlock. Now we are sitting at 5-all. It's a bit unexpected to see Lancer holding his own like this. Zeth is too fast for him, catching Lancer right as he tries to push off the ramp. Zeth has been much more productive overall today with a 24-12 record. We're heading into the break with Zeth up 7-5. I mean, we're seeing the underdog put his superior map knowledge on display. He is currently fighting a great battle to keep the favorite at bay. Let's see if Lancer can mount a comeback. Lancer is closing the gap, now trailing 6-7. His recent form of 60% over the last 10 matches is starting to peek through. Zeth played it smart with that high ground, effectively locking down the area and extending his lead. He's really leaning into that rating advantage right now. Zeth barely holds the lead as we hit 8-7. Lancer seems determined to shake off the historical disadvantage in this series. Zeth's overall performance today has been considerably strong with 24 wins in the last day. And honestly, that high level of consistency is why he's managed to maintain this gap despite the early volatility. It'll be tough for Lancer to find another gear here. Zeth pushes ahead further, widening the gap to 10-8. That level of poise is exactly why he's rated top 25. Lancer is showing some real grit, keeping these rounds alternating and staying right in the mix. Lancer really likes the pace of these engagements today. Unbelievable, Lancer has forced a complete stalemate at 10 apiece. Lancer has certainly forgotten the ghost of those past head-to-heads. The momentum has shifted back to Zeth, and the tension is absolutely palpable now. He's really starting to reclaim that ground. They are trading blows so rapidly now. It's impossible to tell who has the upper hand. Lancer is absolutely refusing to let the favorite take control. A heavy exchange there, but Zeth survives to move within a single round of victory. Tense exchange there, and Zeth just barely walked away from it. Goodness, a complete bloodbath that leaves us locked up at 12-12 and headed for overtime. Absolutely breathless finish to bring the score level. Zeth manages to edge ahead in the scoreboards, taking the lead once again as we dive deeper into overtime. Lancer's victory over him just a moment ago in the previous map was hard fought. He barely walks away from that fight on the ramp, keeping the series locked at 13-all. Zeth is putting on an absolute clinic in this overtime stretch, refusing to let Lancer get any breathing room. Cautious dance between the two, but he eventually finds the gap to put himself on the verge of victory. Lancer is fighting a tough battle against the odds today. Unreal, he closes things out with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep to secure that one, but it's just another win in a long list of victories over his opponent. What a match. Zeth has historically owned this matchup, holding a massive 98-59 lead in their head-to-head series. The odds favor the higher rated player today, but Lancer seems determined to chip away at that deficit. It will be interesting to see if the momentum shifts. Lancer is really taking advantage of that high ground, securing his second round from the wine area. Zeth seems to have the better read on the map early on, capitalizing on that vantage point to tie things up. Zeth holds a slim edge as we head into round 6. Zeth is simply on another level right now, extending that run to 3. He's certainly playing up to that favorite tech right now. Lancer answers back immediately, keeping the gap narrow. He's fought through a lot of losses against this opponent recently. Zeth has been absolutely flying through the league today with an impressive 24-12 record. It's clear he's carrying a massive amount of confidence into this specific series. He just needs to maintain this pace to avoid any late surprises. Lancer is refusing to go quiet, showing some real grit to narrow the gap. His confidence is shaken slightly as the gap begins to close. A completely effortless trade, and he's now just one round away from the switch. That really levels out the energy before the side switch. We've got a deadlock at 6-6, and honestly, the match is playing out exactly how we expected. Both players are trading blows, and it's going to be a grind to see who claims the first 13. Zeth reclaimed the lead and now sits at 7-6. He's playing like a man who knows his way around the win. Zeth is pushing ahead, now leading 8-6. He's comfortably settling into the role of the favorite here. Lancer was lightning fast there, putting out a perfect shot to keep this series alive. Unreal! He barely survives that exchange, scraping through with a fraction of his health remaining. He's showing why he's currently ranked higher on the ladder. That was just a total shutdown, and he's refusing to let the lead slip further. Zeth is coasting with a 10-8 cushion now. That's a nice bit of form for the guy sitting at 23rd on the ladder. Lancer is really digging in here, refusing to let Zeth pull away. He's fighting back with a lot of heart. The pressure is starting to mount for the higher seeded player. What a turn of events, he manages to even the score and pulls this match into a total deadlock. What a way to reset the table. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, extending his surge with another lightning fast frag. An absolute powerhouse performance as he surges to within a single round of victory. A complete reversal from the expected outcome this evening. Zeth comes up with a huge response, keeping his hopes alive after that collapse. The pressure is clearly getting to Lancer now. What a response! We are heading into overtime after that spectacular sequence. What a scramble! Zeth manages to push through a chaotic exchange and barely survives the fight. He's playing with an incredible amount of composure in this clutch moment. A brutal back and forth here, and the tenacious Lancer comes out on top to bring us back to a dead heat. Absolute chaos in this overtime clash. Lancer is simply refusing to break, keeping his foot on the gas for another clean frag. An incredibly gritty way to stare down the favorite. Lancer is simply refusing to let go, putting a tremendous amount of pressure on the map now. This is a total nightmare scenario for the higher ranked man. What a finish! He storms through the end of this series to take it all. He's finally starting to bridge that gap against Zeth, proving he can hang with the top players in this league. What a series! Zeth holds a commanding 98-60 lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's interesting to see that early confidence continuing here despite the recent mixed results. Now let's see if Lancer can actually mount a comeback. Zeth is just too quick today, using that ramp to secure another fast win. Zeth is definitely capitalizing on his higher rank early on. He is just on fire right now, moving into a big lead. Zeth is putting his higher rating on full display right now. What a slugfest! Lancer digs deep to claw back around after that intense exchange. That was a nail-biter. He barely walked away from that one. Zeth is just too quick from that ramp, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. Lancer delivers a punishing blow from the ramp, keeping his head high in this fight. He's refusing to let the odds dictate the pace today. Lancer holds his ground from the ramp to secure another win, narrowing the gap to a single round. Lancer is starting to prove he can handle the pressure of this matchup. Absolute chaos. He survives on a sliver of health to level the score at 4-4. Zeth is really feeling the heat from the underdog today. Lancer is just unstoppable right now, taking control of the map with a huge 4-round surge. Unbelievable. He just completely shuts Zeth down from the toolbox to secure another win. The roles have completely flipped since the start of this set. Zeth answers back quickly to keep the score tight before the break. He's looking sharp today with that 23-13 record over the last day. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is playing his part right now. He looked strong during that 5-round run and everything is trending exactly how we thought it would before the match. Zef makes a quick adjustment here, dragging Lancer right off the ramp to keep this game on a knife edge. His rank gives him a bit of an edge in these high-stakes exchanges. We are all squared up at 7 apiece. It is a tight match, but the higher seeded player is definitely finding his footing. Lancer catches him right on the toolbox as he continues to claw his way back into this series. The momentum is shifting completely in this set. Lancer secures another round from the ramp, showing a lot of grit in his push back into this match. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel irrelevant. Lancer is just barely ahead at 9-8 now. He's definitely proving his spot in the top 25. Lancer puts on a clinic here, catching Zef right off the ramp for a smooth 10-8 lead. It's a tough spot for the seed to be in right now. Zef just tightened the gap, leaving Lancer slightly ahead at 10-9. He is definitely showing his 2016 form from today. Zef is really playing the high ground effectively, securing that last point from the ramp to tie things up. The momentum is shifting quickly as he puts up another seamless point to lead 11-10. Zef seems to have his number in a series like this. Lancer shuts down the momentum swing, clawing back to bring this set level at 11-11. A dead heat as we head toward the finish line. Zef takes a massive step forward, gunning him down from the ramp and moving to 12. Just as we expected the favorite to stand tall in the clutch. What a response. He keeps this dream alive, forcing this whole battle into overtime. Both players are absolutely locked in for this final stretch. Zeth is just refusing to let Lancer keep the lead, quickly snapping that advantage away. Lancer is really fighting for his life in this set. Lancer is showing incredible resolve, picking him right off the ramp to force a deadlock at 13-13. Lancer maintains his grip on this overtime set, outplaying him again from the ramp. He's really finding his second wind in these final moments. He's on a roll. Lancer claims a third straight round and moves within striking distance of the victory. He is completely outplaying the favorite in this overtime push. A timely stop to keep the pressure high. Unbelievable. Lancer holds his nerve to close it out and secure the victory. He just wouldn't break, refusing to let Zef close the door in those final moments. A massive result for the underdog. He really earned that one. Zed holds a massive 98-61 lead in their total head-to-head history. He's definitely the one who usually knows how to dismantle this opponent. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can flip that mental advantage in his favor today. Lancer is really starting to seize control here. His higher rating hasn't mattered much since they sat down today. He's completely locked in, just walking through his opponent with a third straight round. Lancer is playing like a man on a mission tonight. Zeth answers back quickly to keep this contest close. The higher rated player is starting to push back. Lancer has built a comfortable 2-round cushion. It's a mirrored start to their latest series of encounters. Lancer is just putting on a show right now, and he's doing it from the high ground. He's making this look easy with those quick eliminations. That's an absolute clinic from Lancer, who completely shuts the door on Zed's hopes for a comeback. A 4-round run now, and the momentum is firmly on his side. A complete reversal from how this usually goes for him. A total shutdown. He's just not letting up on this run. This looks like a complete reversal of their usual dynamic. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, cruising into the break with an incredible run. Lancer holds a commanding 10-2 lead going into the break. Well, he's definitely justifying his status as the favorite here. We've seen a huge gap in performance today, with Lancer taking 7 straight rounds to close out the half. Time for Zeth to find some answers. Lancer entered this series with a 2016 record over the last day, showing he's definitely in better form than usual. It's clear that confidence is carrying over into this specific matchup. He's doing exactly what he needs to do to keep Zeth on the defensive. The tide is turning. Zeth just secured another effortless victory, marking 3 straight for him. Zeth is completely on fire, taking another round to keep the charge going. Zeth is finally showing why he's the higher seeded player. Another clean sweep here. He's absolutely rolling now with 5 in a row. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected today. Lancer manages to scrap his way through that exchange to hold the momentum. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. Lancer manages to clear the box, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. He is certainly shaking off that early game shaky form. What a finish! He wraps up the series with an effortless final play. He's totally rewriting the history books today, proving that the previous losses in this rivalry are a thing of the past. Zeth uses that ramp to get an early lead, though Lancer has definitely had the upper hand in their most recent meetings. Zeth is holding a massive lead in their career rivalry with 98 wins over Lancer. You know, it's a completely different story today, with Lancer having completely dominated their most recent encounters. We'll see if Zeth can actually close the gap on his recent form. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another rapid victory to move to 4-0. A quick response from Lancer to get back on the board. Lancer's recent run of form is starting to peak here. He's putting up a fight, showing real grit to close out another round. The early favorite is suddenly looking vulnerable here. Goodness, he barely survives that exchange, but it marks another huge swing in his favor. He really cannot be shaken right now. Absolute perfection from Lancer, and he has completely erased that early deficit to even things up. He's completely taken over the match, securing a 5th straight victory to seize the lead. Simply terrifying. He is just operating on another level right now. An absolute masterclass of efficiency, securing a 7th straight win heading into the break. Lancer heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from the more consistent player today. He looks poised and ready to shut this down. Time for Zeth to find an answer. Lancer is simply not letting up, taking a clean victory to start the second half. Hard to believe the pre-match favorite is struggling this much. He holds his ground for a chaotic exchange, putting the pressure right back on Zeth. He's just completely in control of the pace right now. What a scramble! Zeth secures this one from the box, though he was nearly out of the fight. That was a nail-biter for a second there. He walked away from that fight completely unscathed, further cementing his control over the series. It's a stark contrast to the results Zeth has posted historically. Lancer barely clings to life in that brutal slugfest to reach match point. He simply refuses to give an inch. Boom! He closes it out with a total shutdown to secure the victory. He's completely rewritten the script on this rivalry, just continuing to dismantle Zeth over and over again tonight. Zeth holds a significant lead with 98 all-time wins over Lancer, though he's been the one struggling recently in their head-to-head meetings. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can actually use that historical confidence to break his current losing streak against Lancer. What a scramble. Lancer survives by a threat to claw back into this. He's definitely playing like the favorite today. We are all squared up now at 2 apiece. The momentum shifted quickly after those tough losses on the aim maps. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, taking another effortless round to keep the streak alive. A quick back and forth here, but Zeth comes out on top to level the score. The higher rated man in this match is feeling the pressure. Lancer barely edges ahead, now leading by a single point. That's a tough start for Zeth after those 3 heavy map losses. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and Zeth barely survives the firefight to level things up. Both of these guys have been grinding today, each playing over 20 matches. Zeth takes a 1-point lead as we head into round 10. The rank 27 slot is really starting to wake up. He is completely taking over this map, securing another fast win to push the advantage. Lancer closes this out with a clean exchange, keeping things tight heading into the break. An incredibly clean sequence to get back in the mix. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he is defying the odds here. After a tough run of form, he's managed to keep the favorite at arm's length in this first half. Fresh start for both players. Zeth is really putting on a display here with his 21-16 record over the last day. And honestly, he's proving that he can actually maintain this pace against a tough opponent. It will be a real test to see if Lancer can find a way to answer back. Unbelievable. Both players were almost out of health, but Zeth manages to outlast him and extend his lead. Lancer has completely lost his grip on this series. Simply untouchable right now as he keeps the roll going with a perfect shot. What a nail biter. He barely hangs on after a brutal exchange to hold the slide. His recent match history is truly a nightmare for the opponent. Pure efficiency from Zeth, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He's clearly found the confidence he was lacking in those earlier matchups. Lancer puts up a fight, keeping his hopes alive with a sharp response. Lancer is fighting for his life to close the gap. He continues to stand his ground, shutting down that attempt to close things out. Lancer is really showing why he's viewed as a top contender here. He is completely on fire right now, stumbling into a head trick to push the pressure back onto Zeth. Game over! Zeth closes it out with an incredible final sequence to take the series. He really needed this one to shake off those recent defeats against this opponent. The mental game is looking much stronger now. Zeth holds a commanding overall lead in their history, winning over 60% of their matches. It's interesting because they've had a very volatile relationship lately with plenty of back and forth results. We'll see if Lancer can tighten up and get back to his usual dominance here. Lancer's really heating up, putting Zeth on the back foot. The momentum is shifting toward the underdog here. He's just on fire right now, taking full control of the map. A stark contrast to those earlier results today. The momentum completely swings as Lancer secures another win from the wine. It's quite the turnaround from their last clash on Orange. Absolutely effortless, he's just completely shutting down the opposition right now. Zeth puts an end to that run, clawing another one back. Just a slight difference in a few ranking points between these two. Lancer is putting on a strong performance today with an 80% win rate over his last 10 games. It shows how much he's tightened up his game recently compared to their previous encounters. He really needs to maintain this pace if he wants to fully flip the script on Zeth. What a scrap. He barely survives that exchange to stay in full control. He's making the most of his recent hot streak. Zeth finds a quick way back into things as the first half winds down. A very clean response to end that sequence. Lancer enters the break with a healthy 8-4 lead. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected him to be. He'll need to keep this focus if he wants to close out the map early. Time to see if Zeth can claw back. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he manages to barely edge out the victory. Hard to believe the odds had the other guy as the favorite today. Lancer is just relentless, sitting comfortably at 9-5. A quick reaction to put some pressure back on. Zeth is fighting for a foothold down 6-9. Zeth has always played a bit more comfortably against him. He just won't stop now, picking Lancer right off the wine for another straight round. That is a huge surge of confidence right there. Lancer instantly shuts down the momentum, regaining a 3-round cushion. Lancer's recent 80% success rate is definitely playing a part. Unreal! He walks away from that disaster of a fight with just a handful of health left. He's absolutely dancing on the edge of defeat right now. Zeth is refusing to go away quietly here, narrowing the gap to just 3 rounds. He's certainly putting those high volume match numbers to use today. A total shutdown of the engagement, putting Lancer on the verge of victory. He is certainly making his mark as the underdog in this set. Boom! Lancer closes it out with a flawless final engagement to secure the victory. He just kept coming back from the brink of death, surviving some absolutely insane situations to pull this off. Zeth holds a massive overall lead in the head-to-head, winning 61% of their past encounters. It's a huge sample size that gives him plenty of confidence today. Now we just have to see if he can maintain that edge through the mid-game. Lancer manages to hold the ramp here, keeping this series very tight. He's coming into this match as the slight favorite. We've got a dead heat now with Zeth and Lancer tied up. Lancer has been the slightly better pick in their most recent meetings. Lancer shuts him down off the ramp, making it 3 in a row. Lancer is definitely playing like the higher seeded player right now. Unstoppable right now as he simply deletes Zeth off that ramp. The momentum has shifted completely from what we expected going in. He's just not letting up, securing 5 straight rounds to take a commanding lead. Lancer is looking extremely sharp today with that 22-15 record. Finally a break for Zeth, showing some real grit to get back into this. Lancer has really been lighting it up lately, putting up a strong 80% win rate over his last 10 games. Well, that high level form is clearly spilling over into this match. He's looking completely in control of the pace here. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. Both these guys are putting in a huge amount of work today. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. You know, everything here is playing out exactly as expected for the favorite. He really took over for a while with that 5-round streak to build this cushion. Time for a clean slate. Lancer's clinging to an 8-5 advantage right now. Zeth has put in some serious work today with 21 wins. Lancer is really making the most of that ramp position to extend his lead. Lancer has really been the one to lean on in their most recent clashes. Zeth is doing great from the window, showing he can still put up a real fight here. A really clean response to close out that exchange. Zeth is refusing to go away, picking up another round to keep this comeback alive. It is getting a lot more competitive in the server now. Absolutely sensational. He just blindsided Lancer right off the ramp to keep this rally going. He's really starting to put the pressure back on. Unbelievable. We are completely level now as Zeth brings this series back to a dead heat. Absolute chaos in this server right now. What a run. He manages to take the lead now, pushing his current streak to 5. A completely different game than we saw in the first half. A clean stop to put the pressure right back on Zeth. Lancer is really capitalizing on this moment, putting himself just a few steps away from a victory. He's really fighting the downward trend from his earlier matches today. A perfect response to put Lancer just 1 round away from victory. Lancer looks completely unfazed despite the pressure. He just won't quit, knocking Lancer off the ramp to narrow this lead to a single round. Squeezing every bit of life out of this comeback. What a finish! Lancer barely clings to life with just 9 HP to secure the match victory. Zeth really thought he had him on the ropes there, but he just couldn't seal the deal. A tough way to end it, he had to work for that. Zeth has really owned this head-to-head pairing with a total of 99 wins over Lancer. But that historical dominance is exactly why this match is such a toss-up today. Lancer has taken the better form into this series, so the early momentum is critical here. Zeth is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. It's an interesting clash of forms right now. The speed of these trades is incredible. Lancer just shut that down in a heartbeat. The higher ranked player is definitely making his mark early. Lancer really just cleaned that up. He's looking very sharp and he's starting to build a real lead. He is simply untouchable right now, marking his third straight round of perfection. Lancer has looked far more consistent across their matches today. He's on fire, picking up another one to extend that lead to 5. He's certainly playing up to that favorite tag right now. Unreal, Zeth barely scrapes through that firefight, surviving by a sliver to keep his hopes alive. That's a huge breath of air for the trailing player. A completely effortless sequence for Zeth, proving he's far from finished in this series. What a turnaround! He completely flips the script and levels the series at 5-all. A complete reversal of expectations given the pre-match outlook. Lancer responds immediately and pulls ahead as the first half nears its end. Lancer keeps his composure just as we head into the break. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, this is turning into a total grind. Both guys have traded heavy streaks and Lancer hasn't been able to pull away despite entering as the favorite. Time for a clean slate. Lancer really used that height advantage well to secure the win from the box. It's been a heavy day for Zeth, who's already played 20 rounds. Zeth just leveled the playing field, showing some incredible grit to bring this tie back to 7-all. He's finding his footing and refusing to go away, securing another round to take the lead. The odds are starting to look very questionable for the favored player. He's just relentlessly on the offensive now, taking full control of the map. Lancer is really struggling to stop this surge. He is just unstoppable, piling on another win to keep this climb going. Lancer is looking completely lost under the pressure right now. Absolute chaos. He has completely seized control of this match, carving out a huge lead. He's completely shifted the power dynamic in this series. Lancer manages to get a quick return to keep the pressure on. Lancer is refusing to back down, securing his second straight point with a clean finish. The gap between them on the ladder really shows in these high-pressure moments. An absolutely crisp shot there. Zeth is just one step away from finishing this match. What a way to close it out. Zeth finishes the job with a perfect sequence to seal the match. He really shook off those recent losses and showed why he's the longtime king of this rivalry, just a dominant display on the dunes. Zeth holds a convincing 61% win rate in their head-to-head history. That long-term success seems to give him a real mental advantage. It's interesting, because Lancer usually enters these series as the slight favorite. We'll see if he can shake that early pressure. Zeth secures another fast win from the ramp, taking a commanding 3-0 lead. Lancer really needs to get his head right after those last few games. Unreal, he nearly bled out there, but he manages to scrape by with a tiny bit of health to keep this run going. A smooth response from Lancer to keep the deficit from widening further. He's playing with a huge amount of experience, having played thousands of games here. Zeth is just dominating with a massive 5-1 lead. That was an incredibly fast reset. Zeth has found some strong footing today, putting up 21 wins over the last 24 hours. That high volume of play seems to be fueling this hot start. He's definitely proving that he can handle the pressure against the higher ranked player in this series. Lancer is really struggling, trailing by 4 now. He's definitely fighting to prove those rankings right. Zeth keeps the momentum shifting in his favor at 6-3. His recent form is a huge contrast, putting up a 70% clip in 10. Zeth is just completely ignoring the pressure here. He's putting on a real show tonight. It's rare to see a matchup this balanced on the ladder. Zeth extends his cushion to 3, sitting pretty at 7-4. Looking at the ratings, these two are practically identical. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Right, the favorite is definitely on the back foot here. We might be looking at a genuine upset if Zeth keeps this energy up. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. A completely untouched finish here, proving he's not going down without a serious fight. That's a very disciplined recovery from Lancer. Zeth keeps a 2-game edge as we head into round 14. A tight battle between two of the most active guys on the server today. Zeth pushes the gap further, now leading 9-6. Lancer is certainly feeling the weight of his high activity today. Zeth is simply on another level right now, strolling into a 3-round lead. Lancer has definitely played way more matches over his career to get to this spot. Lancer responds with a clean shot to keep things interesting. Lancer's long-term experience is definitely starting to surface here. Zeth is really putting his foot on the gas now, getting closer to closing this out. Zeth is really capitalizing on his current momentum. Lancer is staying stubborn here, refusing to let Zeth close this out quickly. He's really putting his long-term experience to use now. Zeth quickly regains control, putting himself just a single round away from the victory. He's really proven that the odds are skewed in his favor tonight. Lancer shuts him down fast, keeping his hopes alive for the moment. Lancer manages to claw a bit of ground back right here. A high-impact play to slow the momentum. And there it is. Zeth closes out the series with a final decisive burst to claim the victory. Lancer really tried to claw his way back into this one, but he just couldn't find an answer for that pace. Zed is comfortably ahead in this rivalry with 101 total wins over his opponent. It's a huge historical gap that seems to be translating into an actual advantage today. We'll see if Lancer can shake that mental weight and find a way back into this. Zeph is simply too fast, taking total control of the map with a third straight win. Lancer really needs to find an answer after those recent struggles. He puts up a wall, refusing to let his opponent widen the gap further. A solid response from the player expected to take this series. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp to keep the pressure mounting. The odds were slightly in his favor heading into this. Zeft firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. The gap between these two in the ladder is barely anything. Lancer shows some serious grit here, coming out of that encounter without losing a single point of health. That's a clean way to stabilize the momentum. He's playing incredibly well right now, evening things up at 4-4. He's definitely proving why the money was on him early. Lancer manages to clear him off the ramp and takes a slim lead. The momentum has completely shifted in this one. Lancer is on a tear now, taking his fourth straight to put a real dent in Seth's early lead. He's looking far more composed than in that match against Kale. Goodness, both of them were shredded, but Lancer barely scrapes through this exchange to extend his lead. Zeth is really struggling to find any answer to that pressure. Lancer takes a solid 8-4 lead into the switch. I mean, everything is going exactly as expected so far. He really broke the game open with those 6 straight rounds to take control. Time for a quick reset. He just kept his cool for a long standoff, walking away without a scratch. His current form mirrors what he's been showing all morning. A protracted duel that ultimately goes his way, keeping the pressure high as he pushes for a commanding lead. He's absolutely surging right now, trading heavy damage, but still securing the win to reach 11. The higher seed is simply refusing to let up. Unbelievable. Lancer digs deep in a brutal scrap to reach match point. Lancer is just refusing to let any chance slip through his fingers. What a finish. He closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the series. He's finally shaking off that ghost of the past. Lancer just proved he can dominate this rivalry regardless of the history books. Zeth has a massive lead in their head-to-head history with 101 wins. It's an interesting dynamic because Lancer is actually the odds favored coming into today. We'll see if that long-term dominance continues to haunt him here. Zeth is staying aggressive, just outdueling Lancer as he pushes up the ramp. Lancer has been much more consistent over his last 10 series. We've got a deadlock at 2 apiece for these two. He's proving to be the slightly better choice on the boards today. Lancer is really starting to find some momentum here, taking control of the ramp for another win. He's playing exactly like the favorite today. Lancer simply refuses to let up, picking him right off the ramp to extend the lead. He's certainly putting those higher rank numbers to use. A fast response from Zeth to keep the score tight. Zeth is showing plenty of grit despite his lower rating on the ladder. Lancer has been on fire lately with a 70% win rate in his last 10 series. That's a stark contrast to Zeth, who has been struggling to find his footing in recent matches. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this run going. Zeth catches him right as he's moving up the ramp, bringing this set right back to a tie. The gap between them on the ladder is barely any. Lancer is cruising now, holding a 2-round advantage. A much needed shake-off after that blowout in their previous set. Zeth secures a quick victory from the ramp to keep the scores dead even. The lower seed is really digging in right now. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going according to plan for him right now. He's used his map experience to keep things steady so far. Let's see if Zeth can push back. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. It's been a productive day for both players so far. Lancer just stretches his lead further to 9-5. The rating gap is virtually non-existent, but the momentum isn't. Unbelievable! He barely survives that exchange, scraping through with a tiny sliver of health. Absolutely heart-stopping way to claw back around. Zeth is really putting on a show, erasing his opponent from the ramp to bring the deficit down to 2. He is completely on a roll now, refusing to let Lancer pull away from this set. He is clearly refusing to let that lead grow. What a surge! He's completely erased that early deficit and forced a tie. Absolute shift in pressure for the man in the lead just moments ago. Lancer puts a stop to that run by dropping Zeth right off the toolbox. That keeps him in a strong position to close this out. What a fight! Zeth holds his ground on the bricks to finally even things up. Total chaos as we head toward the finish line. He's completely rewritten the script of this match, taking the lead in an incredible surge. A complete flip of the script as he climbs the scoreboard. The tension is through the roof. We are looking at a complete toss-up for this final stretch. Lancer is leaning on a slightly better map win rate to keep this tied. Lancer closes in on the victory, picking him right off the window to move to match point. The composure is impressive, keeping his nerves steady for this critical point. Absolutely sensational. Lancer closes the door on this series with a perfect final shot. It's an incredible result! Zeth was practically unbeatable in their history, but he just couldn't find the final gear today. What a fight! Zeth came out swinging, using that height advantage on the ramp to claim the opening round. Zeth holds a significant lead with 101 total wins over Lancer in their history. But that dominance hasn't translated to the current series, where Lancer has taken 2 of their last 3 meetings. This looks like a shift in the dynamic. We're all squared up now at 2 apiece. Lancer certainly looks better coming into this after that dominant win on Blame Mappas. Absolute chaos there. Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to scramble through for the win. That's an impressive run for the 24th ranked player today. Lancer is running away with this, leading 4-2. Lancer looks locked in after his 22-16 performance throughout the day. Whoa, he claws his way back from the brink while holding the box. That's an impressive showing for a guy with a 30% run lately. Zeth is really starting to pick up speed, snagging that victory from the Tetris position. A total reset here for both players. Lancer earns that round with a smart play from the boost, keeping the pressure high. The 24th ranked player is proving his place on the ladder today. Unreal, he barely survives a brutal exchange to hold the lead at 6-4. He's really making the most of that slight favorite status today. He simply can't be stopped right now, taking this round to head into the swap with a huge advantage. Zeth has to dig deep to find an answer here. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's playing out exactly how we thought it would. Lancer is leaning on that map experience to keep a steady grip on this series. Let's see if Zeth finds his gear. Lancer has looked far more consistent lately with a 70% win rate in his last 10, and you can really see that confidence showing in the way he's controlling the pace today. If he can keep this momentum, it'll be very hard for Zeth to climb back. Lancer is really cruising now, sitting comfortably at 9-5. The gap in experience is starting to show on this map. Zeth just barely cuts the deficit to 6-9. The battle lines are drawn with both of these guys having a similar day so far. Another one for Zeth, who is showing some serious grit as he closes the gap. It's getting a lot tighter than the oddsmakers predicted. Incredible, he claws his way out of that near-death trade from the box to keep this run alive. He is completely refusing to let this lead slip away. Lancer puts a stop to the push by knocking Zeth off the Tetris blocks. He looks much more comfortable here than he did in their previous duel. He's showing incredible resolve, refusing to go away as he chips another round of the lead. This is certainly turning into a much closer battle than expected. What a statement. Zeth completely outclasses him here to bring this match to a dead heat. This is a total toss-up now going into these final rounds. He is simply relentless right now, stepping up to take a 1-round lead. Just a huge shift in pressure for the lower ranked side. A quick response from Lancer to bring things level again. The higher ranked player is doing exactly what we expected. Lancer strikes again from the boost, putting himself just 1 point away from the victory. A really clean sequence by Lancer to secure a narrow lead. Absolute perfection from Zeth to force the tie, taking us straight into overtime. Zeth is playing with absolute confidence to force this overtime. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through a grueling slugfest to take the lead, 13-12. He's looking much stronger than his 46% all-time record suggests. Zeth stays calm through a tense standoff to keep the score deadlocked. Pure chaos as we head into this final stretch. Zeth is simply refusing to break, managing to outlast his opponent from the Tetris block. He's really finding a way to dismantle that lead. He's on fire. Another rapid exchange goes his way to put him just a single round from victory. The momentum is shifting completely in his favor. Boom! A flawless finish to cap off an incredible comeback. Zeth secures the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered, showing way more poise than you'd expect from his current run. Lancer fought like a lion in overtime, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight! Zeth has an overwhelming edge in the head-to-head history with 102 total wins, and honestly, those numbers seem to be weighing on Lancer today. He really needs to shake off that early deficit if he wants to overturn the trend. Zeth is cruising right now, leading 2-1. Lancer has a stronger run of form lately despite the early trouble. We've got ourselves a deadlock. Neither side is willing to give an inch today. He's showing why he entered this one as the slight favorite. Lancer fights back and now holds a narrow lead. He's certainly capitalizing on his top 25 standing here. He's simply too fast right now, taking control of the pace with another straight win. Lancer has put together some strong results in their last few meetings. A brutal scramble, but he comes out on top to keep this streak alive. It's a familiar pattern given their last few meetings. He is completely in control, pushing the lead to 6-2. He is putting that rating difference on full display. A tight exchange here, but Zeth manages to secure the finish. Lancer usually takes the edge in the books, but we're seeing a different story. Lancer has been consistently strong today, having gone 22-16 in his last few series. It's clear he's bringing that confidence into this match. He really needs to maintain this pressure to secure the map. Lancer staring down a 7-4 lead right now. Zeth is really fighting a tough battle, coming off a 22 and 17 day. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we projected the start. He's playing the role of the favorite well though. Zeth is keeping him honest. Time for Zeth to fight back. A sharp response here, showing just how determined he is to close this gap. Zeth is definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder right now. Absolute perfection from him to tie things up and completely erase that deficit. Total shift in energy as we head into the final stretch. Unbelievable. He is simply outclassing everyone right now and has officially taken the lead. He's really ignoring the script for this series. Lancer answers back immediately, bringing the score level at 8-all. This feels like a mirror image of their most recent series. A tough fight for both players, but he survives the encounter to take another round. He's proving to be an incredibly difficult matchup today. And just like that, Lancer claws back to a 9-9 stalemate. Zeth is really showing he can hold his own regardless of the rankings. Lancer edges ahead by a single round now. He's consistently outperforming his lower historical win rate today. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, extending his current run to 3 straight. Lancer is really asserting himself in this set. A total shutdown there, as Zeth keeps this comeback rolling. That's a huge momentum shift for the trailing player. What a scrap! He nearly went down, but he claws it back to level the score. That was an incredibly nail-biting exchange for both of them. Absolutely fearless, Zeth shuts the door from the ramp to push his lead to 12-11. A complete collapse from the favorite in this stretch. What a way to end it. He finishes strong to take the series. He's just continuing to be a total nightmare for Lancer to deal with. That's another huge victory in the bag for him. He had to work for that. Zeth is clearly holding the psychological advantage with a 61% career win rate against his opponent. It's a striking gap considering the two are ranked so closely on the ladder. We'll see if Lancer can close that distance as this match progresses. Zeth's firmly in control, leading 2-1. A solid response for the lower ranked player here. Zeth is really putting the pressure on here, barely giving Lancer any room to breathe. Zeth holds a slim 3-2 lead heading into this. Lancer generally has a bit more success on this particular map. Zeth really capitalized on that height advantage to keep things moving in his favor. It's been a long day for both, each crossing 20 wins already. Zeth is really finding his footing here, using that height to extend his lead. He's coming off a tough stretch against his opponent earlier today. Zeth just wipes him right off the box to keep this hot streak going. He's riding a big wave of confidence after those recent wins. Unreal. He survives an absolute nail-biter to secure his 4th straight victory. He simply refuses to let this one slip away. He just cannot be stopped, picking up his 5th consecutive victory. He's capitalizing on the momentum from those 2 recent series victories. Lancer puts a stop to the run, keeping things respectable before they head to the break. Lancer is just trying to flip the script after those recent losses. Zeth heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, he's absolutely smashing the expectations here. Lancer should have the edge on this map, but he's just not fighting back. Zeth has been the dominant force throughout their history, holding a commanding lead in their career head-to-heads. Well, it's really surprising to see Lancer keeping his head in the game right now, despite that gap. He just needs to maintain this energy to stay in the fight. Zeth is just cruising now, sitting at double digits. Lancer has historically been the more consistent one in their past outings. Zeth is just making it look easy right now, putting a huge amount of distance between himself and Lancer. That was a lightning-fast exchange to put him back in the driver's seat. Lancer holds the high ground perfectly on that one, securing another vital round for himself. Lancer is starting to claw back into this, putting a real dent in that lead. He is finally matching the level he showed in that fast aim clash. What a chaotic brawl. Zeth barely edges him out in that fight to reach match point. That's a huge recovery after being pushed back in the previous 2. Lancer secures the point from the box, putting up one more fight for his life. He's certainly fighting harder than he did in that early stretch. Lancer is staying composed, putting together a 2nd straight win to keep the dream alive. Lancer is definitely proving his rank is no fluke today. He is absolutely on fire right now, digging deep to stay alive in this game. The momentum has completely shifted in this final stretch. That's it. Zeth shuts everything down and secures the final round to close out the series. Lancer really pushed him to the limit in that closing stretch, but he just couldn't find the final opening. What a fight! Zeth has been an absolute nightmare for his opponent, winning 61% of their 100 plus matchups. Seeing him fall behind early here is a bit surprising given that he's won their last 3 encounters. Let's see if he can regain that control. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another one to move ahead 3-0. Lancer isn't letting up, shutting the door on that encounter in less than a second. Total control from the 5-time winner as he keeps the streak alive. A completely different story than their recent free game set. Zeth gets a quick response here to bring the score to 1-5. A slight edge for Lancer in the ratings, but he's struggling right now. Lancer's historical performance on this specific map shows a clear advantage, holding a 48% success rate. So the current scoreline is actually a perfect reflection of how comfortable he feels in these engagements. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can find a way to pivot his approach. Lancer is just relentless, pushing the gap to 7-2. Zeth needs to dig deep here, as he's starting to look completely overwhelmed by the pace. He's simply not missing, securing another rapid victory as we approach the break. Lancer holds a commanding 9-3 lead heading into the switch. This is exactly how we expected the half to go. He's just way too consistent right now for Zeth to keep up. Time for Zeth to fight back. Zeth claws back one more, trailing by 5 now. Both of these guys are putting in some massive hours today. Zeth still fighting a steep uphill climb at 5-9. Zeth has been on an absolute tear against him today. An absolute nail-biter of a trade, but he comes out on top to secure another one. He's simply unstoppable right now, picking up his 4th straight win to close the gap. Lancer is suddenly feeling the pressure from his opponent. A lightning fast reaction there as Lancer shuts things down immediately. Zeth refuses to let the gap widen, putting a complete stop to that momentum shift. Lancer is really digging in here, refusing to let Zeth build any real momentum. Lancer is definitely looking to overturn that recent losing skid. A spotless exchange there, and is continuing to prove that this gap is closable. Zeth is really showing some heart here, securing a total shutdown of the round. The lead is barely a whisper now. Absolute insanity. He just equalized the series with a blistering burst to bring us even. Another perfect round for Zeth, putting him just a single win away from victory. He's looking like the heavy favorite all of a sudden. And we've got a deadlock. Lancer answers back with a clean shot to force the game into overtime. What a display of grit, putting himself in the lead for the first time since the start. Zeth is truly proving why he is the higher rated player today. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that chaos to even things up at 13-13. Lancer survived that by a hair. A brutal back and forth that Zeth manages to survive, taking a narrow lead in the extra frames. He's really fighting to get back to that top rank spot. He's absolutely on fire. outplaying his opponent for another round to move within reach of the victory. It's becoming a complete reversal of how this whole series started. Unbelievable, he finishes them off with an effortless shot to complete a staggering comeback victory. To think how early the momentum shifted, but he just wouldn't let the lead slip in the end. That's some incredible composure to survive that overtime. Truly an earned victory. What a fight! Zeth barely edges out. Lancer in a scrap from the ramp to take an early lead. Lancer is putting up a real fight early on, refusing to let Zeth just walk away with another win. Both players are fighting out of the mid-pack right now. Goodness, Lancer survives a complete slugfest by the skin of his teeth to take the lead. Really surprising to see the tide turn given their recent head-to-head history. He completely dismantles his opponent from the ramp, extending that streak to 3. A tough start for the head-to-head leader. He answers back from the ramp to bring the score to 2-3. His overall dominance in the head-to-head is definitely showing. Lancer is really leaning into his momentum now, taking full control of the scoreboard. Just a very tight gap between these two on the ladder. Whoa, a complete nail-biter. Zeth manages to outlast him in a frantic fight from the ramp. He's really trying to push a historical dominance in the rivalry today. Lancer just seems to have a better feel for the layout here, consistently finding the right angles to keep the lead. Emotion Mid Lancer has already put up a lot of numbers in the league today, sitting at 2018 across his matches. It's a sharp contrast to the historical dominance Zeth usually maintains in this rivalry. We have to wonder if this is just a fleeting surge, or if he's finally cracked the code against Zeth Emotion Mid. Lancer holds a commanding 3-round cushion at 7-4. He's fighting hard to reverse those 3 straight losses from earlier today. Lancer goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. It'll be tough for Zeth to bridge this gap since he's already dropped 3 straight maps to him today. Time to see if Zeth resets. Zeth just reads that play perfectly, dragging Lancer right off the ramp. He's really trying to claw back some of that ground now. A wild exchange between them on the ramp, but he stays calm and secure in his comeback attempt. Lancer's confidence is definitely shaking after starting today with the 13-4 result against KL. Zeth has pushed his win rate to 60% over his last 10 matches. So yeah, he's clearly in the middle of a huge hot streak. It's putting a lot of pressure on Lancer to keep this lead before that momentum completely takes over the map. Zeth secures another look from the ramp as he continues to chip away at that lead. This is a huge contrast to the way the first half went. Lancer manages to hold his ground on the ramp and keep the pressure on Zeth. A surprising shift given Zeth's historical edge over the years. He secures another one from the boxes, refusing to let this lead slip away. The momentum is shifting as the gap shrinks to 2. He's staying aggressive, refusing to let this lead get out of reach. The pressure is mounting for the higher seeded player to close this out. Lancer looks incredibly composed, putting an end to a potentially dangerous run by Zeth. Unreal, Lancer clings to life with a mere 3 HP to put himself on match point. Absolutely insane to see him pull that off with practically no health. Zeth refuses to go quietly, cleaning up the round from the boxes to stay alive. A crucial stop for the higher seeded player to keep his hopes alive. And there it is. Lancer shuts the door with a flawless final flick to secure the victory. Zeth had all the momentum coming in, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. A gritty performance to secure the series. He really fought for that one. Zeth has a massive 105-68 lead in their head-to-head history. It's surprising to see him lagging behind early in this map, given how much he usually dominates this specific matchup. Lancer definitely looks to shake off those previous losses today. He is simply untouchable right now, taking down his opponent in a blink. Zeth manages to answer back from the box, proving he can still compete in this match. Lancer had the edge coming into this, but he's looking shaky now. Unbelievable. Lancer just barely clung on to this one, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. He's really playing like the favorite in this pair. That was a complete shutout, and Zeth is starting to climb back into this series. The underdog is starting to put up a fight. Lancer really finds his mark here, cleaning up Zeth from the Tetris blocks. The home field edge is certainly showing for the favorite. Lancer has a high win rate on this map, converting his rounds far more effectively than his opponent. It's a stark contrast to the all-time records we've seen. Now it's really about whether Zeth can stop the momentum before the halftime break. Lancer is simply on fire, extending his lead to a commanding 8. He's really making the most of his 21-18 run today. What a scramble. Zeth barely scratches through that exchange to secure a crucial point before the break. Zeth really fought for that one, cutting it way too close. Lancer goes into the break with a big 9-3 lead. He's totally justifying that favorite status right now. He just looks too sharp for Zeth to deal with on this map. Time for Zeth to dig deep. What an insane trade. Zeth barely stays standing after that absolute war. He's truly dancing on the edge of defeat with that one. Lancer still holds a firm 4-point lead here. He's certainly shaking off the frustration from that red line loss. Lancer stays firmly in control with a 10-5 grip. Hard to ignore that Lancer is an absolute veteran of these duels. Lancer is just outclassing him in these exchanges, really squeezing the life out of this series. Lancer is really making his move after that red line victory. Zeth is refusing to go quietly, keeping his hopes alive with another quick response. Zeth is starting to chip away at that lead, putting some serious pressure on Lancer now. Both these guys have been extremely active in the league today. Lancer quickly shuts that down and just needs one more for the victory. He's really putting a stamp on this series today. Zeth manages to keep himself in the game with a crisp response. Zeth just needs a few more turns here to force that overtime. Boom! He clears the box and shuts the door on this series. He's really turned the tide in this rivalry today. It's a huge statement win to keep that momentum rolling.